How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
What's up, everyone? What's up? What's up? Happy Friday. I am exhausted. I even had a nap earlier and I'm still exhausted. I had to get up so early today. I haven't gotten up this early and actually stayed awake in probably over a year. No, that's maybe not true, but it's the struggle is real. The struggle is real. And only for one person would I get my ass out of bed early at an ungodly hour of 7 a.m. And that person is my husband. That is the only person. And he wasn't happy about having to wake up early either. He wasn't happy about it either. He was planning on having a day off where he could sleep in. And then we found out at the last minute he had to go become a U.S. citizen. No big deal. And so both of us had to get up early today. And Victor put on a suit. He put on a suit. And he became an American citizen. No big deal. My husband became an American citizen today. And, I didn't think, going into it, I was kind of like, I was just like pretty chill about the whole thing. And I think but once we got there and they handed him a little flag and they made him line up to take the oath and all this stuff. I got to admit, I got a little emotional because I was thinking about he's been here 22 years, guys. My husband has been here 22 years. My husband came to America when he was 21 years old. And yes, conservative retards, he came legally. Side note, can I tell you that the vast majority of the tens of thousands of people who've been responding to Victor becoming a U.S. citizen on Twitter, the vast majority of people have been gracious and kind and awesome. And I appreciate and by the way, I never expected my husband to get this much attention on Twitter. Can we talk about the fact that after I posted he was becoming a U.S. citizen tomorrow on Twitter, Victor has now gone viral on Twitter. It has 188,000 views. W's in the chat for Virgo Moon. Hey, guess what? Guess what my husband is? My husband is a Virgo. My husband is indeed a Virgo. Let's start our progress banner for the day. Let's see if we can get to 100 channel memberships by the end of the day. We're starting off strong with 1. That's pretty great. So my husband, guys, it is actually possible right now that my husband is the most famous, newest U.S. citizen in the country. Can we just wrap our heads around this? My husband has gone viral on Twitter not once but twice in 24 hours for becoming a US citizen. He's getting Juanita Broderick to congratulate him, Lauren Chen, like a whole bunch of conservative influencers of like the tweet. Naomi Wolf retweeted it. Scott Pressler responded and was like, is he registered to vote at his current address? And I was like, oh man. So it is entirely possible that my husband is currently the most famous, newest American citizen that got sworn in today, wherever they had these ceremonies all over the country. And that's kind of rad. That's kind of rad. Yeah, my husband is the most famous new citizen to any country in the world. And you know what's even funnier? My husband doesn't even do social media. My husband was trying to log into his old Twitter account earlier and he couldn't even get that to work. I was like, anyway, so he had 188,000 views on this post yesterday, and he's already up to over 56,000 views on the one announcing he is a U.S. citizen today. And the vast majority of responses, like, I mean, we're talking about like 95% of responses have been positive and gracious and celebratory. And it's really cool that, you know, people are celebrating my husband becoming a U.S. citizen because the man has been here for 22 years. He's been here over half his life. He came here when he was 21 years old. We met on, I can tell you the exact date we met, May 14th, 2011. We were married about 6 months later. And so we've been together almost 15 years. And so it's been a long ass haul to get him from you know, he did come here legally. He overstayed his visa. He never fixed it. We started dating. I knew I wanted to marry him on our second date. We kept dating. We dated for like 3 months. Then he got pulled over when he was doing his job and he was going to be deported. Like literally my husband was going to be deported. And then I was like, all right, well, guess we're getting married, aren't we? And you know what's so sweet of my husband is like, he didn't want to ask me because he was like, I don't want you to think that this is because, you know, just because of the deportation. So he didn't even want to ask me, but I asked him because that's just the way I roll. And I was like, you know what? No, I don't want you to get deported. I will never see you again if you're deported. And so it's time to, you know, have an ill-considered marriage, which I joke about, but like, I knew I wanted to marry my husband on our second date. So it wasn't like, I wasn't marrying him because he was going to be deported. It was just like a timing thing where I was like, I wanted to marry him already. I knew I wanted to marry him already. And then it just worked out that I had to make a decision. And so I fucking made it. I'm an Aries. What do you want? And I'm sure that everyone around us thought that this marriage was going to crash and burn. But guess what? We've been married for almost 15 years. So, Anyway, after we got married, Victor's status got adjusted because basically what happened was he was out of status and that's all it was. Like he came here legally, but the visa was out of status. And so after we got married, the status of the visa got adjusted. So he was now back in status. And then we had to fight for 2 years to get him a temporary permanent residence so that he could work. So Victor couldn't actually even work for the first 2 years of our marriage. I had to earn all the money. That kind of sucked if I'm being honest about it. But you know what? It worked out. And then after 2 years, he was granted temporary permanent status because we had only been married for 2 years at that point, which wasn't long enough to get permanent status. And then we had to go back 2 years later to have another fucking immigration interview where we had to prove we were really married again. So this is now 4 years into our marriage before Victor actually got his permanent green card. Thank you, Murphy's Pool, being a member of the channel for 7 months. Thank you. We got Dorfus in with a gifted channel membership. W in the chat for Dorfus. Well, you know what? I actually like that I said, you know, we're getting married. Like, this is not, you are not, because he wouldn't have, is the thing. My husband wouldn't have because he didn't want me to think that it was only because of the deportation. And, you know, it worked out well for me. So I don't actually mind the way that went down at all. I got what I wanted. He got what he wanted. Everyone's happy. Anyway, so Victor had always planned to become a U.S. citizen. It was not like really a matter of like if, it was a matter of when. But I gotta be honest, after fighting with the immigration system for 4 fucking years, we had to fight for the first 4 fucking years of our marriage. We had to go to immigration court all the time. We had to go do multiple fucking immigration interviews with ICE, all this shit. I think both of us wanted to take a little bit of a break after he got his green card and just not fucking deal with the bullshit anymore. So like we basically took a break. He wasn't really worried about becoming a US citizen, neither was I. He had to be here for a couple more years anyway. And and then the pandemic happened. And so everything basically shut down everywhere for years and years and years. And Victor had a permanent green card for like 10, it lasts for 10 years. So he's like, oh, I'll become a citizen at some point. But like, no one was really like in a hurry. And then finally last year, and I wasn't going to like get on his ass about it. Like, I was like, I knew he would take care of it when he was ready to do it. And then last year, Victor's like, okay, Karlyn, it's time to become a citizen. I got a lawyer and blah, blah, blah. And he went through all the processes, and my husband had to go do another fucking round of immigration interviews again for the third time. And then it all worked out. And the reason I say this is because although 95% of the comments that I've gotten today on my husband's pictures have been overwhelmingly positive, and that's awesome. Do you know how many conservative retards have been in my replies saying, he's here illegally. Why did it take so long? He's committing tax fraud. He should have done it sooner. It shouldn't have taken this long. Aren't you a dyke? I'm surprised you're not a dyke. Do you guys know how many conservative retards yesterday said to me, oh, I thought you were a dyke, Karlyn. I swear to God. And I'm just like, you know what? Super chat goal to get Victor a new gun. Yeah, we should get Victor a new gun. We should definitely do that. I'm like, you know what, man? You know what? You can't blame all conservatives for the retards among them, but God damn. And then I was like, you know what? It's actually none of your fucking business why it took this long. And it's really, really, really rude of you to say, why is he here? He's obviously illegal. He's committing tax fraud. He shouldn't be here illegally. He should be deported. And it's like, you know what? Have you ever dealt with the immigration system? Because I have for a long fucking time. Anyway, so I got to block a lot of conservative retards today, even though the vast majority of feedback was awesome and really nice. And does my husband look good in a suit? He was so excited because he was also, you guys can't see this, he was also wearing red socks. My husband did a whole red, white, and blue theme, and he was the only person there that did a red, white, and blue theme, and I was actually pretty disappointed by that. There were a couple Black people that were dressed exactly how you would expect them to be dressed, and they became U.S. citizens. There was a couple people there in suits. The women were dressed in just bizarre clothes. I don't even understand that. Thank you for the super chat, average person. Celebratory sex. Well, we did take a nap together earlier, and the nap might have actually been better than sex. I think both of us might agree on that. What was I just gonna say? What the fuck was I just gonna say? Oh, you know what I'm gonna do next week? Now that my husband is actually a U.S. citizen, next week I'm gonna show you guys the English test that he had to take to become a U.S. citizen. Because he has it. His lawyer gave it to him ahead of time. And I got to tell you, he originally showed me this English test like months ago when he originally had to go do the immigration interview. And he's like, yeah, Karlyn, here's what I had to do. And I took one fucking look at this English test and I was like, are you shitting me? We are the stupidest country that has ever existed ever. You guys don't even know how embarrassingly bad this English test is. It's like, can you read this sentence? I can speak English. It's like that level of bad. And so I said to Victor at the time, I was like, Victor, can I show this to people on the internet? He's like, Karlyn, why don't you wait to show people until after I'm a U.S. citizen? And I said, fair point, well made. Perhaps we will save the embarrassing English language immigration test until after you're a U.S. citizen. You know, we're celebrating for the moment. But just so you guys know, the English language test that you have to pass in order to immigrate to this country could basically be passed by a retarded kindergartner, and I'm not exaggerating. That is the level of reading. You know, people have been commenting, they're like, Karlyn, I bet he had to study all this U.S. history, and I'm just like, Nope, actually, not really. Nope, not actually really at all. And do you guys know what, too? There were people there that were taking the oath of citizenship today that brought an interpreter with them, because do you guys know you are allowed to bring an interpreter with you when you take the oath of citizenship? They didn't even fucking speak English. There were people who became U.S. citizens today at the immigration ceremony my husband was in, and they brought an interpreter because they couldn't fucking speak English. That is what we've come to as a country. And so conservatives, you want to bitch and complain about my husband taking too long to be a citizen? You geniuses are letting in people who don't even fucking speak English. Thanks for being a member of the channel for 21 months, Jan. Congrats, Victor. He looks very dashing. He does look very dashing, doesn't he? He does. Anyway, so that happened today, and I will complain more about the English language test next week. But we're celebrating for a moment. I got other stuff I want to do today. So today, we're going to do 3 things today. The first thing we're going to do is finish the communist presentation that we didn't get a chance to watch yesterday. We have a little bit left of this to go. I think there's only like 15 minutes of it left to go, like really. And so this is the very end of that secret communist meeting that we started watching yesterday that we just didn't have time to finish because we had to do a spy stream. And that spy stream was great, by the way. There's so much good information that came out of that. I really hope people enjoyed both of the streams we did yesterday, but we're going to eat our vegetables first. And we're going to finish the communist meeting. And then I have a clip of Owen Schroyer that's been sitting on my desktop, like literally since it came out, that I want to watch, because Owen Schroyer is also calling out Dan Bongino. And you guys remember how we watched that cringe video of Dan Bongino last week where Dan Bongino was calling out everyone who doesn't support Israel and saying, like, trying to basically cover for the fact that he's a massive fucking shill that totally failed in the FBI. So Owen Schroyer posted this clip calling him out. I want to watch it. And I've had it on my desktop to watch for a week. It's about 10 minutes long. And we're going to do that. We do tend to take things a little easier on Friday. Old Sub Sailor with the 5 get to channel memberships. W's in the chat to Old Sub Sailor. I really, really appreciate that, bro. That's awesome. Thanks so much. Hey, guys, guess what? Because you guys have been so generous with the channel memberships lately, which I really, really, really appreciate, and I think is awesome. We have crossed. Are you guys ready? We have crossed over 4,000 channel memberships. There are currently over 4,000 members of this channel. And of course, I have supporters on many other platforms as well, like Substack and things, and Twitter and things like that. But having 4,000 members on YouTube, that is so helpful in ways that you guys don't even know. The channel memberships have completely fucking changed the game. They've changed the game in terms of like allowing me to have reliable, predictable income where I don't have to go elsewhere to like do consulting or some bullshit I don't really want to do in order to make sure I can pay my mortgage and stuff. And that's been really fucking helpful, guys. I cannot even attest. Yeah, it's got me some new bags too. I'm going to show you guys a bag I got in a minute. It has gotten me some new bags too. I will be honest. Like, I've had a little bit of play money lately, and that's for the first time in fucking years I've actually been able to do things that I just enjoy, and that's also been actually really great. But like, the big thing about giving out channel memberships is that it gives more people access to Spy Stream. And Spy Stream is when we go inside live leftist trainings and we watch them and we get some crazy clips. And so I really, really, really appreciate so many people gifting channel memberships, opening up Spy Stream access to so many more people. How many more people have we seen on Spy Stream lately just because they all of a sudden had the ability to access this, and then they go to Spy Stream and they're like, holy shit. How many times have we seen that lately? That's awesome. Wolf in with the $5. The whole immigration system needs a complete overhaul, bro. I totally agree with you. W's in the chat for Wolf with a channel membership. Really, really, really appreciate it, bro. Really appreciate it. Oh God, guys, the Candace stands. Wait, My favorite influencer, she's been insane for well, okay, so at least you admit Candace has been insane. Listen, I enjoy Candace's insanity. I think Candace's insanity is highly entertaining. And that's why, after we watch Owen Schroyer, we're going to get caught up on Candace. Because Fridays on the channel, we take it a little bit lighter. I'm extremely tired today, so I need just some light content that I can. We're gonna watch the communist stuff at the very beginning, but like I just need some light content that I can like veg out to and just enjoy. And so Candace has 3 additional episodes where she's talking about how Erica Kirk killed her husband or some such shit. Allegedly. I don't know. I haven't watched them yet. We're going to watch them and find out exactly. If she doesn't actually say that, then I take it back and, I retract my statement, whatever. But we're going to watch Candace makes whatever case that she's making, and we're going to enjoy it. And that's going to be it. And I'm going to do some knitting, and that's going to be awesome. That's going to be awesome. We'd watched Owen's video. Oh, by the way, Owen Schroyer's coming on the channel next week on Thursday. So that's going to be rad. Maybe he'll tell us that. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him. Maybe I won't. We'll have to see how I'm feeling that day. Old sub, hi, Cult. My 95-year-old dad passed. Oh man, old sub sailor. I'm so sorry to hear that, bro. My sincere condolences to you. Can I get W's for an awesome dad and silent generationer? Imagine what he's seen and done in his life. You guys are my family. Thank you so much, Old Sub Sailor, for the great support. W's in the chat for Old Sub Sailor and his awesome dad. I'm really sorry to hear that he passed on, bro. But your father's always going to be with you. And 95 is a pretty good run. And I bet you he had a pretty good life. And I bet you that, he's looking down right now and he's happy to be where he is and he's still with you and he's still with your family and all that stuff. And I really appreciate you spending this time with us. Thanks so much for the super chat. And, we're sorry for your loss, but we're happy that you're hanging out with us today. So we appreciate you. I also want to mention this for people who don't know. There is, so for people who are newer to the channel, you might not understand the significance of this. About a week ago, a member of the community died. Her name was Sin. Anyone that knew Sin during her time in the community, Sin was a staple in the community for a couple years. Yeah, I heard about the passing of Sin. I'm praying for her family. Yeah, me too. Sin was a great lady. And she struggled with a lot of illness over the years. And we knew things probably weren't going to last that much longer just because of the way things were going. But Sin's family posted a really lovely announcement. Basically, Sin was in the hospital for a while. She was dealing with an infection. And her family, she died surrounded by her family. And they said that basically Sin was laying in the hospital bed and it had been a dreary day out and the sun came out and the sun went into her room. And so her family said to Sin, can you feel the sun? Can you feel the warmth? And that's when she died. And that's when she took her last breath, was that time when she felt the sun and the warmth. And it's a very Sin thing. It was a very Sin way to go. That's exactly how Sin would have wanted it. And so, I just want to honor Sin. I didn't really know how to address it, but since Old Sub shared the news of his father, it seems appropriate. We love Sin. She was the best. And you know what? She's with her husband again. Her husband passed away years ago, and she missed him very much. And so that's good. So condolences for Sin and for Sin's family and everyone that loved her. And that's it, because I'm not going to cry, and Sin wouldn't want me to anyway. Ugh. We actually do get to know each other in this community, guys, especially the people who've been around for a long time. And I know that Sin meant a lot to a lot of people. So we appreciate the time that she got to spend with us. Yep, and her dog, Foxy. Yep. Okay, no one cry. No one cry. No one cry. Okay, no one cry. Fucking Sid, man. Ah, what can you do? What can you do? Anyway. Anyway. What do I want to do now? Oh, so we got a couple more orders of business. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I want to do a whatnot plug now. I want to do a whatnot plug. I didn't expect to transition from Sin dying into a whatnot plug, but I think that Sin would be very amused by that. And I have to show you guys the latest whatnot purchase. I have to show it to you guys. And I think that Sin would appreciate it too. So because Sin would want me to have fun and be happy. OC, I'm crying. Thoughts and prayers to you and her. I'm not exactly sure what that means, OC, but I do appreciate the super chat. Her family, I think. Yeah, listen, man. Yeah, you let her know. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. All right, moving on to things that are more fun. How about we do some capitalism? Hey, the W's in the chat for Kai Noticer. Really do appreciate it, bro. Really do appreciate it. Okay, I wanted to show you guys this. So, about like several weeks ago, I became obsessed with the idea of getting teeny tiny little bags because you guys know I collect weird handbags and stuff like that. And I've become obsessed with the idea of getting like teeny tiny little bags. And there was very specific ones that I wanted. And I started stalking them around to these different auctions on Whatnot. And I gotta show you guys. Look at this teeny little bag. Look at how small it is. Look at how fucking small this bag is. It's so funny. It doesn't even fit my cell phone. My cell phone can't even fit in this bag. It was a member of the community. She's been around for a long time. You didn't know her, Malcolm. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry you missed her, but we're moving on now because I don't want to cry anymore. I don't want to cry. I want to talk about handbags. This is the way the Sin would want it. Look at this teeny tiny little handbag that I got. And you know what's the best about it? Like, it has a crossbody thing, and that's cool. But you couldn't fit your weed in that. I fucking love it. Do you know what I love about it though? It has a key ring that if I'm wearing another bag, here's like the mog I'm gonna do on women. It has a key ring where if I'm wearing another bag, I can clip this bag onto a larger bag, and then I'm carrying 2 Gucci purses at the same time. This is like totally a woman mog thing. This is like if I'm in like a mall or something, or I'm somewhere where there's people, and I can have like 2 Gucci purses instead of 1. It's like a Russian doll. Exactly. It's like a Russian doll. Anyway, I had to show it to you guys because it literally just came in, and it's so beautiful and it's so pristine, and I got it for so fucking cheap, and I'm so proud of myself for the like little amount that I paid for this because it's a teeny tiny little Gucci bag, and it's awesome. So I had to share that with you guys. So that makes me happy, and I'm not crying anymore. Look at that. We honored Sin. We cried. We honored old sub sailor's dad, and we cried. And now we're looking at purses, and we're happy again. Okay, we're happy again. It was like a couple $100. It really wasn't that much because I hit the right auction at the right time, so it was like a couple $100. It was shockingly cheap. Thanks old sub for the gifted channel memberships. Really do appreciate it. You rule, bro. 5 more gifted channel memberships. Awesome. Okay. So we're going to get into our orders of business now. And listen, guys, we need to start by having our vegetables, okay? We need to start by having our vegetables, and we need to start by finishing the communist recording that we started watching yesterday. And this is only going to take a couple minutes. These are revolutionary communists talking about overthrowing the government. No big deal. And, well, you want my Whatnot link? Okay, hang on. I'll get you my Whatnot link. If you would like to join Whatnot and get credit for joining, here you go. There you go. Anyway, I have a very special assignment for you guys while we're watching this, though. Batty girl Rachel, my condolences on the loss of Sin. She was a foundational member of the community. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Sin will live on for sure. Thanks so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Anyway, I don't want to start crying again. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Sin. I just don't want to cry on the internet, man. Don't want to do it, and Sin would understand, so it's all good. So I have a special assignment that I want you guys to do while we're watching this video, okay? Here's the special assignment. Now listen. Now listen. I love that my husband has gone viral on the internet. The fact that my husband's citizenship has now hundreds of thousands of views on Twitter, that's awesome, okay? I love that. However, I need your guys' help with something. So, this morning, I released a clip, and we'll watch the first little bit of it. I released a clip from this communist presentation that we're going to finish, and this is communists literally calling to overthrow the government. And so I want to play this clip, but we need to get this clip some more views, honestly, because it only has 20,000 views, and this is communists calling to overthrow the government. So listen, I'll play you the first part of it so you can.
When they come for the left, we can't say we're not the left. When they characterize support for the overthrow of the United States government and extremism on migration, race, and gender as domestic terrorism, we cannot make a U-turn and disavow our politics.
Oh, did they literally just admit that they support the overthrow of the United States government? Did that literally just happen? Does anyone else show you this content on the internet?
With this sort of monstrosity that is the United States and the American ruling class, the only way to put an end to this escalation of violence and authoritarianism is to overthrow it as a whole. It has to be gone and overthrown through revolutionary struggle. You can't reform it. You can't make it softer or better, quote unquote. This is what America is. This is what the United States is. And it's our task as people who live under the boot of American authoritarianism to overthrow it.
So that is the little sneak preview. Now I do provide the full clip just so people can't say that I took them out of context. But here's what I need you guys to do. I need everyone to log into their Twitter account right now, and I need you to help me make this tweet go viral. Because this is literally communists calling to overthrow the government, guys. If we aren't going to share this, I don't even know what we're doing here. This should be being covered everywhere. Why hasn't Andy No covered this? By the way, why hasn't Andy No tweeted about this? By the way, why hasn't Andy No's publication posted about this? By the way, it's not as though he doesn't know about it. I promise you he knows about it. Why haven't any conservative influencers besides Jonathan Cho shared this clip? By the way, this needs to go viral. The only thing that these people understand is what goes viral on Twitter. That's it. So we need to make it go viral. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to I need you to bookmark the tweet. Bookmarking the tweet helps the algorithm. I need you to like the tweet. Liking the tweet helps the algorithm. It doesn't matter how many followers you have. I need you to reply to the tweet. You can say whatever you want. You can tag people in it. Do whatever you want. Just do something to it. I need you to retweet the tweet, and I need you to quote tweet the tweet. And again, you can say whatever. You could say this is crazy. You could tag people. Just don't start the tweet with a tag like this. Don't start the tweet with a tag. Start it with a period or an actual letter. But all of those things, guys, if we bookmark, we like, we reply, we retweet, we quote tweet, if everyone here did that, this would get hundreds of thousands of views because this is the way that the algorithm works. Okay? So I need your help making that go viral because God knows it's not going to happen if we don't do it. And I don't want people to say that we didn't try. Old Sub Sailor W for the super chat. I forgot to mention, check out my new tattoo on the Decode the Left Substack. Oh no, did you post it in the chat or something? Where did you post it on the Substack? Maybe I'll give a comment or something. I'll have to go find where you posted it. Was it in the chat? Let me see. Yo, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Are you shitting me? Is this real? Did you actually get my is this real? You got my fucking logo Bro! Holy shit! Whoa! Yo, thanks, Dr. Royal, for joining the channel. Welcome to the cult, bro. Shut the front door. Shut the front door. You got my logo tattooed on you? That is sick. It looks so good. It looks so good. I so appreciate that. Oh my God. That is like next level. This is like the stuff I've always told people. It starts with a logo. You got to have a logo that looks cool on a t-shirt. You got to have a logo that looks cool as a tattoo. You got to have a logo that just looks fucking cool, man. And I can't think of a cooler logo than the Plague Doctor. And oh my God, that's fucking awesome. That is crazy. You are a crazy man, old sub-sailor, but I appreciate it. That's so rad. War Gobble over on Rumble says, with a $10 super chat, just says W. Yeah, W tattoo. W tattoo, old sub-sailor. Looks awesome. And you know what I love about it? This could refer to anything because it's a general statement of principle. It's not like specifically saying, Karlyn or anything like that. Don't ever get my name tattooed on you, by the way. I'm saying that on the internet. I don't ever want to be like personalized in your tattoos. But like, I love that this could just be like a general statement of principle. And the Plague Doctor embodies all of that shit. I fucking love it. I love it. Old sub, you made my day with that, bro. Thank you so much for sharing that and for pinging me and making sure I saw it. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, back to work. Now, has everyone done the 5 things? One in the chat if you have bookmarked this tweet, replied to this tweet, liked this tweet, retweeted it, and quote tweeted it. One in the chat if you've done all 5 things. 2 in the chat if you haven't done all 5 things yet, but you're going to. 3 in the chat if you're a lazy motherfucker and we shouldn't even have you on the channel because, what are you even doing here if you aren't going to share this stuff? Yo, Cynthia! In Sin's name, sweet lady, this is for the happiness I know she's experiencing with her husband. Sorry, I'm like, Cynthia, you rule. You rule. Look at that. We lost Sin and we gained Cynthia. Guys, there are no coincidences. We lost Sin, but we gained Cynthia. And we appreciate that. And we know Sin's looking down and she's like absolutely over the moon happy because that's the way Sin would be because Sin was awesome. Sin was awesome. Okay. So everyone make sure they do that. I expect everyone to do all those 5 things before we're done watching this video because, we got to do our homework. We got to eat our vegetables before we can have fun. So everyone go do those 5 things on Twitter. I pinned the tweet to the top of the chat in both places. Let's finish up this video. And then we're going to watch Owen, and then we're going to spend the rest of our time watching Candace, okay? Sorry for the long introduction. It's the way we roll on Fridays, but let's get this party started.
All right, thank you. And just to put yourself in that position, when we're at that meeting, I was in between James and Tyler, so I don't know what that says. If anyone wants to speak on that, but. Guess not. DC in person, you're next.
Hi, I'm Anna. I use she, her pronouns.
She, her.
I'm unaffiliated. So on this topic, I was just thinking about I watched something about El Salvador and the gang problem there and Bukele and his rise and stuff like that. And I started looking into why these gangs were such a problem in the first place. And it seemed like it was all the coups and stuff that happened in Central America forced people out. That's what we're talking about with migration caused by imperialism. But they come here and then they're marginalized here, and they're put into positions on the periphery of society, and so then they form organized violence, gang violence, to have some sort of agency, and then we deport them, and in deporting them we deport the gangs back to those locations. And it just, the whole thing makes me so angry, the way that it's all just manufactured by the things that we're doing. That's all.
Great, thank you. Ian, you're next, and then we have Dave C. And
no, I think Ken.
I'm way off. Sorry.
Yeah.
Did I miss Ken?
That was my fault. I'd had James
Ken
go before me because
crazy.
he hadn't spoken yet. But
right.
So but yeah, I just wanted to. I agree with everything both Anna and James just said, especially what James said. Those were excellent points, comrade. And Jim earlier, I think I also should have been clear about what I was saying in terms of Americanism in a sort of ideological ruling class sense versus like the difference in like border enforcement now, especially after reading Border and Rule as a whole, and the really sophisticated militarization, the military industrial complex component of it that Maria really goes throughout the entirety of that kickoff. And I think that we are in a different sort of situation in terms of the ruling class or the state's ability to repress us, but at the same time that forces us into situations where we have to not necessarily retreat from that and not be there to support people in the streets or people who are rapidly radicalizing in real time in response to this rising authoritarianism. And I think we have to also be there to make the point clear that yes, Trumpism is uniquely awful in its escalation of authoritarianism, but that this is not something, first and foremost, this is not fascism yet. Secondly, that this is not something that can be fundamentally differentiated from the entirety of the United States as a settler colonial and bourgeois ruling class project. You cannot say that this is something this is different, that we can go back to a
he just called the United States a capitalist state,
quote unquote, better time, pre-Trump or even pre-ICE, and say that, that's, what
was funny? I forgot to tell you guys this. What was funny? So when Victor went to the citizenship ceremony today, they had him check in and he had to answer a bunch of questions like, have you been convicted of any crimes since we last interviewed you? And have you gotten any speeding tickets and stuff like that? And one of the questions he had to answer before they administered the oath of citizenship was, have you become affiliated with any communist party or terrorist group? And I was like, yeah. So they are actually still asking people, are you affiliated with a communist party? And they're affiliating communist parties directly with terrorist groups in the citizen oaths ceremony. So I thought that was actually pretty cool. Yo, thanks, Anthony, for the super sticker. I appreciate it.
That's the ideal. As revolutionaries, we have to continue with this radicalization process and escalate it to a point where we begin to build an actual movement towards overthrowing this system instead of just trying to survive under it or reform it.
Okay, Ian and then Dave C.
Sure. Well, I figured since I spent this evening helping to burn a few U.S. flags here in Argentina, I'd mention, the relationship of U.S. regime, even in countries that aren't, it's not quite, the rest of Latin America, like Central America, anything of that nature, is kind of insidious in that, Trump can say, ultra, can say, hey, if my friend Milei and his people win the election, we'll have a $40 billion credit swap. That's what Trump was saying a few months ago. And Milei's people were able to win pretty well in those elections, those midterms. And now, with that, strengthening of his position in the Chamber of Deputies, Milei's been able to push forward a labor reform that will gut a lot of rights Argentinian workers have won over decades, since the big rail strikes of the 20s. We're talking like changes to the right to strike, changes to, you can't block roads, changes to how union recognition will be settled, things of that nature. And it had to, it had to do a lot of stuff here intrinsic to Argentina, but also with the fact that, Trump could kind of interfere in that realm. And of course, so that means that in the big rallies today that took place throughout the country, lots of U.S. flags are burned because, it's very clear that the problem is both, capitalism, Argentine capitalism, of course, but also, U.S. imperialism and
U.S. flags are burned because capitalism is the problem.
Role they can play. And I imagine too that if these reforms are fully implemented, you'll see a lot more Argentine immigration, not to the U.S. where it's so difficult to get a visa to visit. And that, again, also kind of comes back to Argentina used to have visa-free travel to the U.S. before 2001. But when the economy collapsed and the U.S. helped collapse it, that was taken away. But yeah, so we might see a lot more Argentine immigration to Spain, to Europe, where a lot of people are already moving out to. Another continent where we see a border regime of complete atrociousness. Kind of explained also in the book, whose name now escapes me. But anywho, yeah, Fortress Europe would be good. Yeah, I just want to say too, in the march today, it was kind of funny. You had the left and militants within fractions of the unions marching, and you got the union bureaucrats, and the march ends with the left and those workers yelling at the leadership. Strike, general strike, prepare for the strike. Let's have a plan of action to go from where we are now to a general strike. But Argentina has general strikes all the time, but one that is indefinite and will be carried on until the end. Until the end of the Milei regime and hopefully capitalism.
All right, thank you very much, comrade. Let's see, I think I had, Dave C next, and then it's either DC in person or Ken. I can't tell if Ken, if you're stacking. Okay, so DC in person after that.
Yeah, great discussion. Great talk, Maria. This was fantastic. I just wanted to take a step back and just talk about the idea of borders, because you talk to everybody, they seem natural, right? You talk about abolishing borders, and people look at you like you're insane, and what you're saying just is a bunch of gibberish.
Yeah, you think?
When your first social studies
UPS
classes
worker,
in school,
yeah.
they're all about reading.
I'm sorry. Hello, UPS worker. They don't have jobs, okay?
That's right. You do U.S. history, and it's like the colonies, the 13 colonies over here, and the rest of the United States is already outlined, just waiting to become the full United States, because of manifest destiny and fate, right?
Yep.
But when you go through it, what a border actually is just so absurd, and particularly how the U.S. treats them, right? And so Maria highlighted the absurdity of the Clinton presidency and NAFTA, where people got locked down, but goods going across borders was perfectly fine. But also, like today with Trump and his rhetoric about borders, like he talks about them like they're sacred. They're these, if we don't have strong borders, we won't have a country. So we have to militarize them. We have to throw 5-year-olds in cages. We have to kill people to protect them because they're so important. But at the same time, Trump wants to change them. Let's expand to Canada and Greenland and apparently Venezuela, right? So it's what this reveals is it's not that we can't abolish borders or change borders or anything like that. It's that only the ruling class can do it, right?
Hey, I just want to ask you guys a question. Because I hear a lot of people every single fucking time there's a woman on the video, we get people in the chat going, it's always white liberal women. And by the way, these are not liberals, they're communists. Liberals and communists are two different things. But I just want to ask everyone, let's see who's on this video right now. White man, white man, white man. There are white men in this room. Another white man. If you saw this guy on the street, would you think he's a communist or would you think he's a Trump supporter? One in the chat if you would think this guy was a Trump supporter if you saw him on the street. 2 in the chat if you would think this guy is a communist if you saw him on the street. And every single time, there's always, how many women are involved in this? It's all women. Everyone we watch is women. It's just not true, guys. It's just not true. It's just not pointed out when they're white men that look like they could be fucking Trump supporters. The Denver communists are mostly white fucking men. The Firebrand Collective are mostly white fucking men. These are radical revolutionary communists. And they look like Trump supporters. And if you saw this person on the street, there is no way in this universe that you guys would be thinking communist. He's wearing a UPS uniform. He looks like your average fucking Trump supporter. Communists can look like anything, guys. Communists can look like anything. And this propensity that the right has to just judge every single person based on their looks. Or judge women for driving all this stuff when it's obvious and clear there are men driving this stuff too. It obfuscates from the entire thing. It is not relevant to what is going on. I have been at their in-person events more than anyone that I know of. It's about 50% men and 50% women. It's about like some events are slightly more female. Some events are slightly more male. When you take all of them and you just put them all together, it really is about 50-50. It's not always the crazy blue hair. No, they don't always have piercings. No, it's not all women. There are white men driving this stuff every single day. And by the way, those white men are leaders in their groups because they don't actually care if someone's white or a man. They care if you're a communist, and that is it.
People in power can do it. We can't, right? That's what they want us to believe, that it's absurd for us to have any input on that. But they can change them as they see fit. And just as a personal anecdote, I was talking to my mom about this because she swallowed the whole Trump thing on borders and repeated that quote about we wouldn't have a country. I was like, Mom, when you were born, we had 48 states, right? The country's borders has changed in your lifetime. You were a teenager when it changed, right? So they changed. That's what capitalism is. The ruling class can do anything they want. The working class can't do anything they want. We have to flip that around and change it.
Excellent point, comrade. Let's see. I think we're running long on time, aren't we? Was it supposed to be over by 7:15? I think we're like 10 minutes over or so.
We're only 1 minute over, but you might kick it back to Maria.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. Good idea, James. Let's kick it over to Maria and closing thoughts.
I kind of forgot that it would be kicked back to me. That's okay. Yeah, thanks for a great discussion, everyone. I got to shout out the Firebrand article authors one more time because I really leaned heavily on y'all for my conclusions. I was saying in the breakout room, I tried to kind of like adapt it and change it to my own words, but y'all were really, there's really flames coming off your typewriters, keyboards. So shout out. And if y'all haven't read that article, definitely go read it. But yeah, I really was fixated on kind of like, well, I really wanted to get Obama is kind of, let's say that. I really wanted to like drive home this like Democrats aren't coming to save us point, because
the main thing that she wanted to get across in her presentation, and again, if you missed it, you can go back and watch yesterday's stream. The main point she wanted to make was fuck Obama and the Democrats aren't going to save us. I don't want to hear anyone ever tell me again, Karlyn, the left never talks about Obama. Why don't they talk about Obama? Why don't they talk about Obama's deportations? Literally, her entire anti-ICE presentation was about fuck Obama. The Democrats aren't going to save us. These are communist guys. They don't like Obama. They never have. Thanks so much, Ninja Artist, for the super chat. What do you think of your husband becoming a citizen on Friday the 13th? That was a little weird. And I think like it made everyone on edge a little bit because everyone was waiting for something to go wrong. Like there were two people that had to go out of the room to get their pictures taken. And the people running the ceremony, they were like, don't worry, everything's fine. So I think it was just like everyone was just like a little on edge because people were waiting for something to go wrong, but nothing went wrong. So it all worked out, and then we got breakfast, and then it was awesome.
We keep hearing people saying, the state police are going to come, intervene because what ICE is doing is illegal, or, the one mayor said fuck, so, he's going to do something. And I just really wanted,
yes,
I really
yeah,
wanted
you are.
to like get through that. And I think a lot of people kind of see that as like pessimistic, like, oh, like we can't believe in anything. But to me, it's just more optimistic. Like once you give up on trying to like vote the right people in.
Are you retarded? Are you capable of doing basic fucking research about what we're doing here, bro? Karlyn, I've never chatted into your channel before. Let's just view your channel activity. Oh, you were here. You have chatted in before. Okay, you have chatted in. Okay, so what I'm going to say to you then is that you're probably not smart enough to be here if you can't do basic research. I did cover the files, bro. I did a whole fucking stream about it. Try actually going into the archive and looking. Am I going to spend every fucking day talking about the Epstein files? No. You want to know why? I cover the far fucking left. I cover the far left. I did a day of coverage watching Owen Schroyer read the fucking Epstein files. I did that last week. If you were capable of doing basic fucking research, you would know that. It is not, oh, it's not enough? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, you just got permanently banned from my channel. Oh no. You think you can tell me what to do on my own channel when you've never even contributed a super chat? Literally go fuck yourself. Thanks for being a member of the channel for 1 month, AI. The call is coming from inside the house. So true. So true. So true.
And then try to fix the Democratic Party. And like, once you just give up on that, like your whole world opens up of like politics and like things that are possible. So I really wanted to drive that home. So anyway, thanks for the nice compliments, everyone.
All right, thank you, Maria. Okay, so time for announcements. Upcoming actions, study groups.
I think we might have report backs first.
Okay, report backs.
You have a little list of them, but I don't have Discord on this computer.
I think this is pretty good. Is this
okay, Kat? So that's
wait. Hey,
5
Jason
minutes for announcements.
Something.
Is that what that means?
Jason says something. So
go ahead.
So this is just meant to be like a section where we discuss a bunch of shit that we've got going on. So we might have like multiple reports, but also people can jump in and comment. We went to a couple of anti-ICE meetings. Maybe Kylie could talk about the PSL one if you want to.
PSL, Party for
mentioned
Socialism and Liberation.
That we went to with Jeanette, but I can say a little bit more about it. Jeanette is commands a pretty good audience, and we filled up a church that it was meant to be sort of a way of preparing for an ICE invasion, like Minneapolis. A trainer didn't show, and it turned into some weird kind of improvised interactions between ICE agents and ICE Watch people, or people who are or immigrants, etc. There was some basic information that was distributed about signal chats. I'm not exactly sure how the signal chat issue, local signal chat issue, the competition between the PSL and We Keep Us Safe signal chats ever resolved, but there was some good information.
Oh, there's infighting.
Put out, but some weird.
What they're saying here is that there's two different groups organizing signal chats. There's the We Keep Us Safe coalition. I don't know exactly what that is out in Colorado. There's also the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and apparently they are competing over who gets to own and run the signal chats. So that's interesting. So this is what I've always said, guys. It is very difficult to get the far left to fight within their groups. Anyone who says that you can create infighting within their groups, Mike Benz, Data Republican, you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It is very difficult to create infighting within the groups on the far left. It is much easier to create fighting between the groups on the far left. And this is why it's so important that you need to know who the groups are on the far left, because you're not going to create infighting within the Party for Socialism and Liberation. But can you create infighting between the Party for Socialism and Liberation and another group on the left that wants to do something different than they want to do? Yeah, you can. And that's an important distinction. So what Jason is saying here is there was infighting between the PSL and this other group over who gets to own the signal chats.
Stuff too. And yeah, I don't know. Overall, I think it's good for us to just try to keep being involved and exploring
inter-group fighting, not intra-group fighting.
I'll let other folks talk about some of the other stuff on that list. Thanks.
Oh, and yeah, I stayed till the end of that meeting, and they ended up blowing the whistle one more time. So yeah, it was like lots of people in a enclosed environment blowing whistles and trying to demonstrate like a nice stop or something like that. So yeah, it was kind of a hearing hazard. But I mean, I've been to louder shows too. So
they're sick of the whistle shit.
Okay, next. Anyone else on report backs?
I will add on that on the Jeanette meeting. That was the one. Yeah, Roddy, we actually had to leave because of the whistles. But that was the one where the person got up and was like, there's cops in here and like we can't trust anyone. And I just thought that was kind of a weird message to add to like get into these signal chats and like trust people. But they could all be cops, I guess. It just felt like a weird message. But I thought like the improv stuff that they were kind of like acting out how Jeanette got arrested and like acting out what to do with ICE agents like come to your door and stuff, which I think was mostly to like get people comfortable with like confronting law enforcement, because it's kind of like not a natural thing for normies to do. It's not a natural thing for us to do, but we get so mad. But now it is natural. But the first time is like kind of hard if you're like confronting a cop or an ICE agent. So I thought it was probably good for like newer people, or there's like a lot of really older people to like get a little acting out of what it could be like, and even practice blowing the whistle, because I think that could also be something that people feel like awkward about, like all of a sudden just blasting a whistle in the neighborhood.
They practiced blowing whistles indoors at one of their organizing meetings. Bless their hearts. Bless
Even if
their
they do
hearts.
see an ICE agent, like it's kind of against your like normal social cues or whatever. So yeah, I thought it was good, but I don't think we needed to learn how to confront law enforcement personally. But I was really inspired by like how many people were there, and especially, like I said, older people. I thought that was surprising and awesome.
Yeah, there was a lot more people than I expected there to be there. The basement of the church was filled, so much so that they ended up moving everything up into the actual church itself, the sanctuary. So yeah, there was lots of people, and even then it was almost standing. It was still standing room only. Yeah. Or maybe on the upper top. Okay, if nothing else on the anti-ICE meetings, anti-Palantir coalition, anything about that? Who wants to speak on that?
All right, I think that's good. I think that's good. That's basically the end. That's basically, okay, so we watched the rest of the meeting. We know what else happened. We got all the important bits yesterday. I mean, that's like in some interesting information about some infighting with the PSL. We're always going to keep that in mind. Again, I've tried to tell people don't really like working with the PSL because the PSL are not aligned with a lot of leftist groups, but that's still interesting information. I'm glad we wrapped up that particular stream. Now, has everyone shared this tweet before we move on to our fun content? Has everyone shared this tweet? Again, we want to make sure we're doing all the things, guys. You want to make sure you're bookmarking this, liking this, replying to this, retweeting this, quote tweeting this. This is communists literally calling to overthrow the government. This clip came from that presentation that we just finished up. 1 in the chat if you've done all the 5 things. 2 in the chat if you haven't done it yet, but you're totally going to. Thanks, Core, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Happy Friday to you. Okay. Thank you, everyone who did all those things. Looks like we did get a bunch more retweets. Now we just have to let the algorithm work. Let the algorithm cook. And hopefully that actually goes viral and hopefully people take it seriously. So it's all good. It's all good. Yo, bro, get a new account. I don't want to hear any fucking complaining. You were banned. Open a new fucking account. All right. We are now moving into the fun portion of the stream. And we are going to get to Candace Owens. I promise we're going to watch 3 episodes of Candace. Candace is our main event. But you tagged James Lindsay. Thank you for that. Everyone should be tagging James Lindsay and Andy. No. Can everyone like time out? Can everyone go and tag James Lindsay and Andy No in the replies and be like, why aren't you guys doing this? Can everyone please just do that? 1 in the chat if you can reply to this tweet right now and tag James Lindsay and Andy No and every single fucking person at Fox News and fucking Glenn Beck and the Daily fucking Wire and every single one of these conservative outlets that claim to cover this stuff but yet never show you this stuff and be like, hey guys, why aren't you covering this? They're calling to overthrow the government. They're saying that anti-ICE activism has to do with overthrowing the government. Why the fuck aren't you guys covering this? Can everyone go do that? Just because it's Friday? Just to make me happy? I would really appreciate it. We are going to get into the more fun portion of our stream now, guys. Before we get to Candace, I want to watch this clip from Owen Schroyer. It has been sitting on my desktop all week. For those who don't know, Owen is coming on the channel next week, and it's very exciting. And he's going to come on, and he and I are going to have a little chat. And I don't really know what we're going to talk about yet, but it's going to go where I've got some ideas. It's going to go where it's going to go. That is going to be on Thursday. Owen uses Central Time. I think it's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday, but it is going to be on Thursday evening, and it's going to be awesome. And so we're going to welcome Owen onto the channel, but I want to watch this clip because Dan Bongino is a massive faggot and a quitter. Does everyone understand? Does everyone agree with me, by the way? 1 in the chat if you think that Dan Bongino is like a massive fucking faggot. 2 in the chat if you think that Dan Bongino is amazing and Dan Bongino literally saved the FBI. 1 for Dan Bongino is literally cringe and gay. 2 if Dan Bongino is the greatest thing ever and totally saved the FBI, bro. Let's see what Owen had to say to Dan Bongino.
The Dan Bongino show yesterday. It sure does. It's getting comical. It's getting comical. Listen to this from Block Gino.
Finally, there's a third class of people. The third class of people after October 7th went crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how many times I have to tell you this. I stand fully, completely, and strongly against anti-Semitic bullshit.
Yeah, we know. We saw the clip where you said your number one concern is defense of Israel. We know that you love Israel more than America. We saw the clip. We know.
I don't know how many times I got to tell you this. It's amazing how many people think it's like the current thing to say like they hate the Jews or something. Really? You believe that?
So this is part of the blurring of the lines that I talked about earlier, where if you discuss foreign policy or you criticize Netanyahu or you're critical of the Israeli government or the Israeli military actions, that somehow that's just anti-Semitism and BS. That's the blurring of the line so that you can't even have a real foreign policy discussion. You can't really have a geopolitical discussion. There's no nuance. There's no difference. It's just, oh, no. If you say that, you're anti-Semitic. Now, Dan Bongino, quite frankly, is probably too stupid to understand this.
So real, Owen.
But this is the card he's playing. This is the role he's playing now.
You realize where that's led throughout human history, absent the immorality of it? Now you may.
Oh, now you're Nazis. Oh, now you're Nazis because you don't like the foreign policy. Now you're Nazis because you don't like Israel killing 100,000 people in 3 years. Now you're
literally
Nazis. Gotcha.
Say, oh gosh, Dan, I can't believe that that's actually happening. Really? I promise you, go look at the Twitter, the botting that does happen. And again, it's not all botting.
Go look at Twitter, guys. Listen, I talked about this the last time we watched Dan Bongino on the channel. But I think like if you watch Pam Bondi's testimony from the other day and you don't understand this, the entire Trump administration is controlled by Twitter. They are all obsessed with Twitter. It's all they think about is what's going to go viral on Twitter and what's going to get the most clout on Twitter. That's it. Pam Bondi's testimony in front of Congress the other day, that was Twitter testimony. That was Twitter shitposting, owning the libs testimony, where Twitter manifested itself in real life in the form of Pam Bondi testifying in front of Congress. And I think we can observe, based on Dan Bongino's also obsession with Twitter, that Twitter is literally all the Trump administration cares about. That's why we have to make shit go viral on Twitter. The only way that things will happen is if we make things go viral on Twitter. That's why I constantly badger you guys. I don't care if you like the fucking platform. Get on there. I don't like Twitter either, but I'm on there and I'm fighting the good fight. You guys all have to do it too if I have to do it.
Oh, now it's bots. See, this is the big moment. And notice how he just caught himself. So maybe there is a little intelligence there. Notice how he just caught himself. So first he's saying, oh, it's this giant class of anti-Semites and haters and losers.
Cynthia, $50 super sticker, Cynthia. Thank you. Cynthia just paid for the breakfast that Victor and I had today in honor of his American citizenship. Thank you, Cynthia, for the super sticker. I really appreciate it.
Out there. Oh, and it's so overwhelming. But they're all bots. But he catches himself. It's like, oh, wait. I just said that they're people, but now I'm saying they're bots. Oh, crap. Oh, see how he caught himself? Did you see that? Watch this. He catches himself. So he just goes on a 30-second rant.
Yes, we are watching Candace after this.
About how all these people in his comments, because, folks, you go look at his comments. You go look at the replies on X. You go look at the live feed on Rumble. It's a lot of, they're not too happy with Dan right now.
No, they're not.
He's blocking everybody on X. They're muting everybody in the Rumble chat. Okay, so he just caught himself. So first he says there's this entire group of people, but then he's going to try to say they're bots. So you can't have both. Either they're real people with real opinions that you disagree with, or they're bots. Mm-hmm. So notice how he catches himself right there.
Believe that that's actually happening. Really? I promise you, go look at the Twitter, the botting that does happen. And
So wait, is it real people with opinions or is it bots? See how he caught himself?
Good question.
So see, folks, they're in total denial. They're in total denial of the reality. It's not anti-Semitism. It's a disagreement on foreign policy, and it's people being critical of Netanyahu or the IDF. Now, are there anti-Semites? Sure.
Well,
there's anti-Semites.
Cynthia, the secret is Victor and I actually spent $65 on breakfast. So you totally have paid for breakfast now. How the fuck did my husband and I spend $65 on breakfast today, by the way? I mean, I am a good tipper. Like, I always leave above average tips, but like, how the fuck did my breakfast this morning cost $50 fucking dollars? This is what happens when I leave the house.
There's anti-white bigots. There's anti-black bigots. There's all kinds of different racism and all kinds of different weird corners and fringe opinions. That's not what this is. So Dan Bongino just caught himself. So he wants to think that this isn't real. He wants to think that all the hate coming his way. He wants to think that all the disagreement on foreign policy and geopolitics. He wants to think that this true organic movement of American people against Israel, he wants to say it's not real, it's all bots. But then, if it's all bots, then who is he attacking? Then who is he talking to? Who is he spending now the vast majority of his show ranting at, yelling at, lecturing, and scolding if it's all bots? So you see how he just caught himself? So he's in denial that this is a real organic movement of idea and thought and foreign policy and geopolitics. But then he wants to deny it and say, oh, no, it's all bots, even though he was just yelling at it. And so then he realizes, wait, if it's all bots, then who am I yelling at? Amazing.
Yeah, it's not all botting. The botting that does...
Well, wait, actually, it's not all bots. Well, it is bots, but it's not bots, but it's real, but it's not. Block.
Happen is very well organized. It is totally synthetic.
So real.
No, it's not. It's organic. It's organic.
Yep.
It's very real. You are in total denial.
Can we just again reflect on the fact that, first of all, Owen is 100% correct in everything that he's saying, and I'm not just saying that because he's very handsome and coming on the channel next week. I actually think he's correct about what he's saying. But can we just reflect on the fact for a moment that Dan Bongino was the second in command at the fucking FBI, and he literally believes that everyone on Twitter is a bot, except when they're saying things he agrees with, and then they're not a bot. But then when they say things he disagrees with, they're not a bot, but then they are a bot. But he can't really tell if they're real or fake. He was the deputy director of the FBI. People ask me all the time. They're like, Karlyn, you really think you know more about the left than the FBI? Yep. Yes, I do. Yep, I do. Yep, absolutely. Because you know why? Because I know the difference between a bot and a real fucking person on Twitter. I know the difference between an astroturf movement and something that's actually organic and real. And I didn't even ascend to being the deputy director of the FBI. I'm a woman working out of my second bedroom in my townhouse in New Hampshire, and I have more intelligence on the far left in America than the fucking FBI does.
It is all anti-Jewish nonsense. Read the comments. It's from like, I hate the Jews 101 and stuff. Just look at it. You can see it. It's so clearly fake.
So show it. It's very simple. You could put it all on the screen. That's what we do here. Everything I talk about, I put on the screen. Whenever I respond to somebody that's attacking me, I show what they attack me on. I show their posts. I show their videos. Let's see the proof, Dan. Let's see what you're talking about, Dan.
But it's an organized movement of people, and it's not a very large group of people.
Oh, now it's not a large group of people. So at the beginning, it's a huge group of people. They're everywhere. He's blocking them all, and it's this big thing. But then they're bots, but then they're not bots. But it's a big movement of people, but now it's not a big movement of people. I mean, this is...
W's in the chat for Hans, 10 gifted channel memberships. Thanks so much, Hans. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the 10 new members of the channel. Welcome to the cult. You guys are never leaving now. It's over.
The flailing and flopping here.
Who've learned to amplify social media to attack anyone in the administration or outside who doesn't go and attack the Jews. 100%. Look and just read the comments. Don't take my word for it.
No, let's see it. What do you mean don't take your word for it? You're the host of the show. Come on, Dan, let's see it. Who has Dan Bongino ever debated foreign policy with, by the way?
Just go and look.
Yeah.
Go look. You'll see it. It's
We got Spartan over on Rumble. FBI follow Bolshevik instructions. Probably true, Spartan. Probably true.
Everywhere. They all have the same goal.
Yeah, to decouple from the Middle East and to stop letting Israel bleed us dry and to stop letting Israel buy our government and buy our media and censor on Israel's behalf and vote in Congress on Israel's behalf. This is a real movement, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very real movement, and you know it's real. And that's why you're flipping and flopping and flailing around on your show.
Oh,
no. It's big. No, it's not big. Oh, it's bots. No, it's not bots. But if it is bots, then who?
Cynthia is being denied. YouTube has taken Cynthia's credit card away and said, Cynthia, you can't give out any more channel memberships right now. You know what that means, though? First of all, we need to thank our goddess Cynthia for being so amazing with the channel memberships that YouTube literally cuts her off. It says, no, Cynthia, you can't. It's like I was watching Whatnot last night. I was watching one of my favorite shows on Whatnot where they were selling a whole bunch of purses, and this one person bought a purse, and then her credit card didn't go through, which happens all the time on Whatnot because banks don't like Whatnot because people spend so much fucking money on Whatnot that banks think it's fraud. So this woman last night in a show I was watching, she bought a really nice purse, but the bank kicked it back and wouldn't let her spend the money. And so typically when that happens on Whatnot, they give you some time to fix the payment because usually you just have to tell the bank, no, this isn't fraud. I actually spent the money. Well, this woman spent the next hour on the phone with the bank, and it turns out that her husband called the bank because she had spent so much fucking money on Whatnot that her husband actually called the bank and turned off her Whatnot credit. So the bank was like, yo, you can't spend any more money on Whatnot. Your husband has cut you off from spending any more money on Whatnot. I was like, that is so real. So Cynthia has had this same problem with YouTube where Cynthia sends out so many channel memberships that YouTube is like, no more, Cynthia. They're like, you have been cut off. You've spent too much money. But you know what that means? Everyone else is going to have to pick up Cynthia's slack. We have a membership goal to meet. We want to hand out 100 new memberships every single stream. I understand it's Friday. We're watching lighter content, but it's always nice to give out memberships. We're going to have to pick up the slack for Cynthia. I believe in all of you. Your husband is a... No one tells Cynthia's husband what she's doing. No one tattle. You know what? Okay, this is the last Whatnot story I'm going to tell, at least for right now. So when my husband and I were like taking a nap earlier, we were laying in bed. So I turned on my phone once we were starting to get up from the nap. And I was like, yo, it won't let you purchase memberships either. Oh, no. Yo, Wolf coming in. 5 gifted channel memberships. W for Wolf in the chat. So Victor and I were laying in bed earlier after we took a nap, and we were starting to wake up. And I pulled out my phone and I, of course, turned on Whatnot. And I started watching one of my favorite purse shows on Whatnot. I said, Victor, this is one of the shows I watch to buy purses. And he's like, oh, yeah. And he looked at it. And I explained to him the rules of the show. And I said, okay, well, there's not really any purses I want right now on the show. So like, whatever. And I said to Victor something like, you know, I really don't need several versions of the same purse in different colors. Like, I really don't. Like that might be excessive. I should be diversifying in purses. I should not be buying. And I haven't actually done this, by the way. I'm just trying to like explain. I said to my husband, I was like, I don't really need, like, I was like, I already have this one purse, but in a different color. I don't really need 2 of the same purse in different colors. And you know what my husband did? He's like, Karlyn, you know I have like several of the same pocket knife and they're all just in different colors, right? I swear to God. My husband basically co-signed me spending money on stupid shit on Whatnot. He was like, excuse me, Karlyn, I have several different versions of the same fucking pocket knife in different colors. Thanks, Rottweiler. Gifted channel membership. W's to you. Anyway, that's why That's why my marriage works, guys, and that's why my husband and I have been together for 15 years, and that's what makes it work. He's allowed to spend money on his stupid shit. I'm allowed to spend money on my stupid shit, and we respect each other's stupid shit and the appreciation that we have for our collections and hobbies, okay?
Who am I yelling at? But if it's not big and it's small, then why do I care? Oh, the flipping and flopping from Block Gino. This is the Bongino show now.
It is to dismantle this movement,
happy wife,
take
happy
it apart
life,
from the
exactly.
inside.
What movement? That's the point. The whole movement is about Israel now. That's the entire point, Dan, which proves you're not paying attention. You're not listening. You're just blocking and muting everybody because you're too intellectually weak to actually face it. Now, okay, I've had enough of this. Let me just say this, though.
Hang on, Ring the Bell on Rumble has a question. I have a membership on Substack, YouTube, and Rumble. Which one should I keep? Substack gives me access to docs, which I like, but I can't decide. Rumble and Substack are already for a year. I would prefer you keep the Substack one, if I'm honest. But, like, honestly, whatever platform is best for you, and this is just a general statement, guys, no matter which platform you support my work on, I really do appreciate the support, whether that be Substack or YouTube or Rumble or Twitter subscriptions, YouTube channel member, whatever you want to do, what you want to send in super chats, channel memberships, buy, subscribe, like whatever you want to do is fine with me. And I really appreciate all the support regardless of the platform. My personal preference is Substack, but we've been so successful with the YouTube channel memberships lately that it just makes sense to like continue that and continue to spread the wealth. But I would say Substack, but like if you want to be on Rumble, be on Rumble. If you want to be on YouTube, be on YouTube. If you want to be on Twitter, be on Twitter. Like whatever you guys want to do is fine. And just based on your personal preference of where you like to do your support for creators on. And so I appreciate it either way, but I always appreciate you asking. But that's kind of my philosophy about it.
I think I there's something wrong with Dan.
That's
and I don't
real.
mean that. I don't mean this in a derogatory way. I want to be clear. Folks, I watched the Dan Bongino show for years. This is a different person. And I'm not saying there's no conspiracy theory, he's a clone or something like that. That's not what I mean. I mean that this is a different guy. He has a totally different aura. He has, and look, maybe he just stopped exercising or something, but he doesn't have the same health status. He doesn't look the same health that he had before. And there could be legitimate reasons for that. Could be legitimate reasons for that. Could be, he's had talks about he's had cancer in the past. I know he's had vaccine injuries. Maybe he just was working at the FBI and didn't have time to lift any weights or exercise anymore. I don't know. Maybe he didn't eat healthy anymore. Maybe he's going through something in his personal life. I think we've seen some indicators of that. So this is aside from going after Bongino, whatever. I mean this with all sincerity, as somebody that listened to Bongino for years. He doesn't look like himself. He doesn't sound like himself. He's not presenting himself on air. I've never seen him like this before. I have to tell you, I've never seen him like this. He looks feeble. He looks like he's lacking in swagger and confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something, when you do a video show, when you do a podcast like this, audio and video, you got to have some level of aura and confidence and swagger. Like there has to be something there.
So real.
Or you'll end up like Lex Friedman, like a slice of white bread. It's like, folks, he's like, it doesn't look good. Again, this is not derogatory. This is sincere. It's different now.
Yo. Owen was right about that. Okay, thank you, Owen, for that insightful commentary on why Dan Bongino was a shill. Next up, guys, we're moving into the main event of the stream. We've only been streaming for an hour and a half now. We're getting to the main event. We could be here for several more hours, so, kick back, get a drink, whatever you need to do. Ninja Artist, thank you for the super sticker. Guys, we are about to watch Candace. How many people in the chat have caught up with Candace's episodes this week about Erica Kirk? I truly have no idea what Candace has been saying. I just feel like we were watching Candace descend into insanity last week, and I feel like I need to continue on this arc. Do you want to do the penguins? Okay, Trendlet, I'm going to make you a deal. If we meet the channel membership goal, we will do the fucking penguins. Okay? If we meet the channel membership goal, we will play out with the penguins. And if you've never heard the penguin song, you need to hear the penguin song at some point. It will be stuck in your head forever. They're actually showing this to your kids in school, by the way. So it might be something you need to know. So that is the deal. We got about 70 more channel memberships to get. If we meet the channel membership goal over the next several hours, we will watch the penguins on the way out. I appreciate it, Trendolin. Thank you for the super chat. We're going to let the audience decide whether or not they want to watch the penguins. People are like, Karlyn, you just made us less likely to donate to your show. I'm like, yeah, probably true. Probably true, but that's all right. That's okay. Candace is 100% right that Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie. I don't, yeah. I'm not going to say that Candace is 100% right about anything, but you're welcome to have that opinion. Anyway, I feel like we need to continue with the Candace arc because this is just getting good. It's like a season of Lost. And so I want to watch these 3 episodes that have come out over the last several days. Yo, we got a gifted channel membership from Anthony. Thanks so much, Anthony, for the gifted channel membership. Anthony gets us 1 membership closer to penguins. There we go. Okay, so let's pick up where we ended last week and let's get caught up with Candace. Mount the like button if you would be so kind. Would appreciate it. Uh-oh.
All right, you guys, straight to jail for questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath.
Erica's
you can spend $1 billion
jail.
on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you.
Oh, no.
Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies that Charlie told regarding the murder.
I'm doubling down on the book writing. I know I need to fucking finish the book. I know that. It's something that is actually very top of mind for me. Now that all the ICE protest stuff seems to be calming down a little bit, I feel like I have more time on my hands again. And so this is like the next big project is the finishing the book. Yeah, I'll turn on captions. You got it.
Or assassination of his wife, Charlie would be in prison awaiting trial. And I actually agree with that assessment. We are way beyond coincidence. This is now a full-blown conspiracy. So welcome back to Candace.
Yeah. Guys, Trendolin is committed to the penguin video today. W's in the chat for Trendolin. Thank you, Trendolin. Oh, God, we got Evil over on Rumble gifting 5 channel memberships. Oh, no. Everyone's teaming up against me. Oh, no. I didn't think we were going to hit the goal today. All right. Massive W, Trendolin. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Evil over on Rumble for those channel memberships over there. You guys are making me do math. We are up to 57 channel memberships out of our 100 goal. I appreciate it, guys. You rule. Yo, SS Kennedy over on Rumble with the 5 gifted channel memberships. Look at Rumble stepping up. Now we're up to 62. Holy shit. You guys rock. Thank you.
Look, I have seen enough, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen enough. Erica Kirk should be dragged into a police precinct for questioning. Like I said,
oh no,
you can show me the person who disagrees with me on that after I will reveal.
Yo, Candace is going to get sued, isn't she? 1 in the chat if Candace is going to end up getting sued. 2 in the chat, more than she's already is. I mean an additional lawsuit from Erica Kirk. 1 in the chat if Erica Kirk is going to sue the shit out of Candace. 2 in the chat if Erica Kirk's probably not going to do anything.
to you, what we can now confirm, you can show me that individual and I will show you a full blown fraud. That's the only people that would disagree with that assessment.
We'll
I said to my team this morning that the amount of evidence that is now piling up, I would say against Erica Kirk, is almost akin to an NBC Dateline episode, except it's actually more simplified than that. Like Dateline, that show is way too complicated. We're effectively now playing a toddler's game of Blue's Clues. Now, for my international friends who don't know what Blue's Clues...
Cynthia! Seriously? Another 50, Cynthia? Thank you so much. Here, Karlyn, give memberships for me. Screw the bank. Work around. You want me to donate some channel memberships, Cynthia? Maybe I will. I got to figure out how to do that. Maybe I will, Cynthia. Thanks so much for the money.
It's a
would that be like 10? Okay.
Child's program here in America, where toddlers follow along a massive blue dog as he puts his paw prints on certain clues around a house, 3 clues. Then they try to put together a picture in the end. What is Blue trying to say? Let's take out our handy dandy notebook and see what Blue is trying to say. Here's the mail that never fails. Okay, if you are an adult that is capable of basic logic, then I can tell you that Blue's Clues is probably not for you because it's not that exciting. It's pretty obvious, you know. Discovering that 1 + 1 = 2 is a very elementary concept, and that's effectively what that show is. And we are now arriving at that moment with Erica Kirk, and I'm going to tell you why. So yesterday and last week, we introduced to you Erica's best friend for over 15 years, a woman by the name of Tracy Martin. Now, we were working off of a tip that Tracy may have been with Erica when Erica got the call from Elizabeth and Mikey McCoy, because they were both on the phone, even though that was never revealed to the public until later. Tracy, I am told, because she's privatized her public profiles, but I am told that she has denied that claim. Okay, let's assume Tracy's telling the truth and that she was not with Erica on September 10th. That's not even relevant to what we're about to reveal to you. Because what Tracy cannot deny is that her daughter is indeed Erica's assistant. I've confirmed that. And I want to be very clear here that this young woman did nothing wrong. She's not done anything wrong. I'm intentionally choosing not to name her daughter because I don't want people to stalk her, to reach out to her, or to try to learn anything about her life. She, like I said, has done nothing wrong. And in many ways, she's just beginning her life, okay? She doesn't get to choose who her parents are, and who among us would not jump at an opportunity to go work with the wife of the CEO of a massive student organization like Turning Point USA. You would accept that job gleefully. That's a wonderful opportunity in life. So I just want to overstate here that this young woman needs to be left entirely alone, okay? Choosing not to name her. However, it is a fact that she was supposed to go to UVU on September 10th. I remind you, this is Erica's assistant. And it sort of tracks, given Erica's public admission, that she too was considered.
Wait, I can send out channel memberships on my own channel? Hang on. Boom! 5 channel memberships for Cynthia. 10 channel memberships for Cynthia. There we go. Those we just gifted out 10 more channel memberships in honor of Cynthia's super chat. There we go. Look at what Cynthia did. I've now discovered a feature I didn't even know I fucking had. That's awesome. Okay, we're adding 10 to our goal as well. We're now up to 72 gifted channel memberships.
Going. But remember, Charlie told her, home needs you. So she was instead going to go meet him at the next event, which was in Colorado, slated for later that week.
Yeah, Cynthia subverted
Charlie did not want her to go to the UVU event because the kids needed her. Home needs her. But he totally wanted her to become the chairman and the CEO of the company in his absence, right? Like that totally tracks. That makes perfect sense. Anyway. But the reason that Erica's assistant and her mother, Tracy, Erica's best friend, told people in their orbit something quite interesting, actually. The reason that they told her that they didn't go is different from the reason that Erica didn't go, obviously. Tracy and her daughter told people that Tracy had a bad feeling. Like I told you, we've confirmed that. Tracy had a bad feeling, and so she stopped her daughter from going to UVU. This is now confirmed. It's a fact. So let me carefully unpack to you why that is bananas. The day before, as we know, Charlie messages a group of people and says that he is abandoning the pro-Israel cause, and he means it, okay? He's also texting people who work at Turning Point USA, and he's saying he wants Candace back at AmFest that year after the Zionist peer pressure to keep me off of the roster. He wasn't allowed to have me. Charlie's done. He is done. That's now a fact. He signals to his troops that he doesn't care about the money, does not care about the money anymore. He wants them out. He then has what looks like an emergency Zoom call with Rabbi Wolicki. Now, I want you to bear in mind, this is 4 a.m. in Israel. Rabbi Wolicki lives in Israel. It's 4 a.m. and he's going to jump on this call with Charlie. And he was just on this chat. He was on the chat 2 hours earlier before this call when Charlie said that he would no longer be bullied by Jewish donors who play into all of the stereotypes. That chat, that notorious chat, which also featured Josh Hammer. Okay, Josh and the rabbi. 2 hours later, are going to jump on this call. And later on, after Charlie was assassinated, Josh and Erica, in a different time, to my face, they're going to say that chat was really not a big deal. That chat wasn't a big deal. Charlie was just blowing off a little bit of steam. He didn't mean it. He never once blinked on his support for Israel. Now, according to Josh, that 2 hour later call, that was just because Josh Hammer's brilliant. He's a mentor. He was a mentor somehow to Charlie when it came to debating, and he really just needed some good talking points. He was angry at Israel, but he was just blowing off some steam, and then he was back and wanted to focus on these talking points. And so apparently he needed Josh Hammer. He also needed this rabbi all the way in Israel who agreed to wake up at 4 a.m. his time to help Charlie with talking points to college students. It's not exactly doing some main stage event up against some big political player. He needs help debating college students. So never mind the fact, let's just park aside the fact that Charlie was known as a boy wonder for doing just that. That's how he made his name, debating college kids. This time, for whatever reason, he needed some pointers, and these were the two that were best suited for the job. Okay. What we know happens thereafter is Charlie concludes this call with Josh and the rabbi, and then he sends off text messages to his security chief, Dan Flood, also to Andrew Colvett, and he says to them that they are going to kill me. Who is they? Well, Erica wants us to believe that he was referring to the left, or maybe even an Etsy witch, right? Some Etsy witch who put a curse on him. Because don't forget, we were also told that the definitely not at all Catholic Charlie had a priest come over and pray over him. I
totally agree with this. Also, great freeze frame on Candace. How am I like the master of the Candace freeze frame or what? Like I always have the very best freeze frames of Candace on anything ever. Let me just take a screenshot of this. I might use this for next week. I feel like my thumbnail today was like a masterful work of art of the Candace freeze frame. But yeah, in general, I do definitely agree with Bill here. If you have 4 kids that you supposedly look after yourself and you do not have emotional energy to hate on a dead man's wife every single fucking day, yeah. Candace has 4 fucking kids. Listen, I don't have kids. I can obsess about the left all I want. I can do internet shit I can fuck around with you guys like all I want. Candace has 4 fucking kids. Why is she putting all this energy into it? I know. My thumbnail today was just chef's kiss.
Debating pointers handed to him and texting people saying he's going to die. He also was not at all Catholic and needed a priest to pray over him. And by the way, don't forget, he also apparently had no fears the next day, Erica says. She has his phone, but we had a priest praying over him. We have a declaration that he's abandoning the pro-Israel cause and that he feels that he is being bullied and he's done with it, and that Jewish people play into all the stereotypes. But we are also told that he had no fears the next day. Actually, he went to bed and he was just excited. He was elated. He couldn't sleep because doing college campus events was so brand new to him that he felt like a kid on Christmas morning. I'm just going to jump in here and tell you that's a lie. Okay. No one on earth has done more college campus events with Charlie Kirk than me. Charlie was not bubbling over in excitement to go answer questions from the likes of Hunter Kozak. Okay. These events, people stand up, they're just trying to debunk you. And you do them. You're not jumping out of your skin to do them because it's your job. Okay.
I appreciate
the shiny effect.
Hang on. I appreciate everyone that hates Twitter that still tries. I appreciate, even if you got it wrong, you still gave it a good effort. I appreciate that.
Wore off for Charlie Kirk. He was good at his job and he enjoyed.
Did I see the vid on X of Candace's clues? It's hilarious. No, I haven't. Do you want to drop that link in the chat, Batty Girl Rachel? You're a mod, so you can drop a link in the chat if you want. I'll take a look at it. Or you can DM it to me, either way.
Having the debates, he enjoyed cutting across the clips so people could wake up to what was happening on college campuses. But let's just stop this absurd narrative that he couldn't sleep like it was Christmas morning and he was 4 years old. Anyway, we can keep with Erica's story though. Let's just stick with it, actually. She's high on, Charlie Kirk is high on life over a routine college event. And now he's up and pacing around the house, not in fear, just in excitement. This is like Disney World for him, going to UVU. Oddly, however,
you know what?
To you,
on this point, I actually kind of agree with another fucking, I mean, my God, my Candace fucking freeze frame game is on. Every fucking freeze frame is a work of art. Every single time. There we go. But on this point, I will say, I do kind of agree with Candace. I don't think that there is any reason that Charlie Kirk should have been exponentially excited about another campus visit. And I say that as someone like, I've given a lot of keynote talks. Like, I've given a lot of speeches in front of audiences at conferences and things like that. At some point, you lose the excitement because you get so used to doing it. Charlie Kirk has done way more college events than I ever did speeches in front of audiences. Like, it's like, that's his job. That's like me getting up every day and streaming. It's like, it's just something you do and you don't get nervous about it. And I mean, you may think about what you're going to say and you want to plan it out, but you're not going to be like pacing around your house. Oh, I've got this new speech I need to, that's just not the way it works, especially after you have so much experience.
Is Erica's best friend and her assistant did have fear for some reason.
You love Candace
Charlie's
no matter
good.
what.
He's
That's
excited.
okay.
But they had fear.
Bro, guess what, cheek butt? You're allowed to love her if you want to love her. And another magnificent Candace freeze frame. You're allowed to love her, bro. I appreciate the super chat. I mean, like, how do I just get so many fucking masterful freeze frames? Like, how am I the master of the Candace freeze frame? I don't even practice for this stuff. It just happens. It just happens every single time.
For some reason, Tracy Martin told her daughter, who's Erica's assistant, not to go to this event. They pull her back because Tracy senses danger. But if that's just mommy intuition, are we to believe that she did this? She pulled her daughter back from this event and she declined to share that overwhelming mommy intuition with her best friend whose husband was going to the event? That seems selfish to me. Are we also to believe that Erica wasn't interested in asking her assistant why she wasn't going to do her job, to work? I want you guys to remember, Charlie was assassinated on a Wednesday. So if Tracy pulled her daughter back from going to work or going to the event on Wednesday morning, then presumably Erica, her daughter's employer or boss, would have been made aware. You presumably would have had to say something.
No,
maybe in the conversation. Hey, what are you doing staying behind here in Arizona? Didn't I tell you to go help Charlie at UVU? There's not to be some sort of a conversation. And if you're wondering why at all Erica's assistant would be traveling with Charlie, it's because she also doubled as an assistant on Charlie's show. And
so she was both. She was both. Dun, dun, dun. Core says, please stop making Candace look stupid with all these targeted freeze frame attacks. I can't help it. I can't help. Did I just get another Did I just get another one? Did I just get 4 fucking Candace freeze frames in a row? I mean, God. How much more can one freeze frame do? How much more can one freeze frame articulate in a single freeze frame? I just don't even know. You DM'd it to me? Okay, I'm going to pull this up and we'll watch it after this episode. Thank you so much.
The whole gang was there. Remember Charlie's show? Blake Neff's there. They're bringing amazing Mikey McCoy is there. Wow, kind of weird that she wouldn't tell her work colleagues, hey, maybe don't go. My mom's got a bad feeling. No? Or were Blake and Mikey wondering why she wasn't coming to work at UVU? How did this go? I want to know. I have all of these questions, but you see, I'm not a police officer. I don't work for the feds. And so I don't have a right to ask them outside of this podcast. Did she call out sick? Maybe that's what maybe she just called out sick. That's not what she told people in her immediate circle, but I'm just throwing things at the wall here because everything we're being told makes no sense. So did she called out altogether? Again, I'll ask the question, what sorts of best friend would move out of intuition to save her daughter's life, to protect her daughter, but not communicate those concerns to her best friend whose husband is still going to that event? Are we to believe that that is how it went down? And if the answer is yes, are we to assume that they believe we're idiots?
Yep.
Erica should be dragged into a police precinct. Tracy Martin should be dragged into a police precinct. Her daughter should be made to sit and answer basic questions about this intuition.
Reagan,
messages should be shared, shown. Everyone should figure out how this happened. That's where I'm at on this. She needs to be questioned. Erica needs to be questioned because my dog Blue is leaving his paw print, and this picture seems pretty obvious that is emerging. Paw print number 1 on the day of Charlie's actual funeral. Her and Andrew Colvett, Erica and Andrew Colvett had an emergency 3-way call with Dr. Lee Trotter, the surgeon.
Reagan, what the fuck is this? Hang on. Breaking news. Breaking news. Leftists on Blue Sky are whining about me?
A turning point gesture came to the panel that I was doing at the Howard's Inn Book Fair this weekend. My friend got this picture of Karlyn Borysenko.
Oh! That's the black guy that followed me for several blocks. That picture, I know exactly when that picture was taken. That picture was taken by a BLM fucking leftist who literally stalked me for several fucking blocks. Yeah, I recorded his ass at the book fair. We already played that presentation, bro. Like, I won, you lost, like, whatever. W's in the chat from Wolf for 10 gifted channel memberships. Reagan, what the fuck am I watching? I don't even work for Turning
After
Point.
she was invited to leave, you have the Meta Ray-Bans with the cameras, a brand new Berkeley hoodie. And
That's not, there are no cameras in those sunglasses, bro. Those sunglasses are just prescription. No cameras.
The they-them cap that looked like it was fresh from the Amazon box. Karlyn took to Twitter.
Actually, I bought that they-them. First of all, I bought that hoodie at Berkeley when I went to Berkeley in October. I also bought that they-them hat at a socialist bookstore in Seattle in October. Meta fucking Ray-Bans. I wish I had Meta fucking Ray-Bans. W's in the chat for Malcolm. 5 gifted channel memberships. Malcolm, the hero we needed, putting us over the top for today. You guys can keep sending channel memberships, though. That'd be rad. Every time you guys send me channel memberships, socialists cry on the internet. Yeah, those sunglasses, I don't have video recording sunglasses, bro. Those are actually just prescription sunglasses. I'm so sorry to disappoint, but I was not recording shit with those sunglasses.
To explain that she had gotten a massive haul from our one panel. This is her website that appears to be the work of a self-loathing gay person who maybe got dumped.
I'm a self-loathing gay person? That's not even my website. That's a queer Marxism website that I'm working on in conjunction with a book I'm writing. 20 from Cynthia. Thank you, Cynthia, for the 20. I appreciate it. I love it when you go famous among commies. For the record, again, they asked me to leave that event. I had already gotten the recording I wanted. I played the entire recording on the channel back then. It was not a video recording. It was an audio recording, you fucking faggot, because I recorded it on my phone. A closeted gay person? Nah, bro, I've been married for almost 15 years to a man with a very large dick. So sorry. They couldn't even find the correct website. Queer has nothing to do with being gay, you fucking leftist. Do I know your ideology better than you know your ideology? Isn't that a shame?
By a Marxist. Another friend was doing some research, and it looks like she flew all the way from New Hampshire. She'd just been out here to do the same kind of content farming at the Anarchist Book Fair in Oakland. For Karla to come all the way from the East Coast to content farm at a trans liberation panel that was free and open to the public.
It was open to the public? It was open to the public? Then why the fuck was I kicked out? I wasn't disruptive at your panel. Karlyn flew. First of all, that wasn't the only reason I flew out there. I also flew out there to go to a rare bookstore where I bought a whole bunch of leftist propaganda, including memorabilia from the McCarthy era. That was actually the reason I wanted to go back to San Francisco. I just went at the same time as the Howard Zinn Book Fair because I could do two things at once, bro. Because that's what people do when they're planning for things. I had already done the thing. These fucking ridiculous people don't even do basic research. I had already done the thing I wanted to do the day before, you idiot. Recording your sorry asses was just the cherry on top. And then when you guys kicked me out, I walked back. I got some dinner. I hung out at the hotel. I did a stream talking about you guys. Really wasn't that big of a deal.
It says to me that anecdotally, at least, the right is weaker than they are putting on. They're getting desperate and running out of targets. I am just a writer with a small podcast. Generally, I think it's wise to not feed these trolls online. This is someone who seems to have unlimited time to fly around and try to film people doing something that is incriminating. Claims to have gotten a professor fired from Texas State University.
You guys actually had a whole exhibit about that. Oh my God. At the event that this guy spoke at, they had a whole fucking table dedicated to the professor that I got fired from Texas State University. And they're like, she claims to have gotten someone fired from Texas State University. You fucking idiot. You guys have done entire presentations crying about me. You formed a national committee to try to overthrow the firing and work against me, and I still kicked your ass with my community. We won, you lost. Cry harder, you fucking faggot.
Another note, I can recommend the Howard Zinn Book Fair. Happens every year, and it's now...
Well, if it's public and it's available to everyone, maybe I'm going back. See you next year, buddy.
Attracting people coming from as far away as New Hampshire.
See you next year, bro. I have you on video saying it's a public event, open to the fucking public. Thanks, Reagan. That was really nice. Thank you, Reagan. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know. I truly don't know. I don't know what his name is. He seems to think I'm upset. And by the way, you know what? I do actually have all the free time in the world to fly around the country and to go to leftist events if I feel like it and to collect all their propaganda. And do you guys know why I have the free time and the resources to do it? Because of people like you. Because unlike these fucking leftists, I am completely independently funded. We've already gifted out over 100 channel memberships today. They've already sent me a bunch of money in super chats. Bro, I could buy a new fucking luxury purse tonight and still have enough money left over to have resources to do whatever the fuck I want and fly around the country and go to your events and get your propaganda because my community supports me in doing this because I am the best on the internet at this shit and everyone knows it. Just saying. All right. Thank you, Reagan. Back to Candace now. God, these people. When was that posted? Did it take them 4 months to figure out who I was? One would think that they would have found the right website in time. That wasn't yet. They were showing my Queer Marxism website, which is basically a landing page because I'm building it on the back end in conjunction with a book I'm writing. That isn't even my main fucking website. I have 2 other websites, actually 3 other websites that are more prominent than the Queer Marxism website. They couldn't even find the right fucking website. God, it really pisses me off that these people are winning and we're losing because they're so stupid. Yeah, that was in December. Yeah. But, well, we don't really like monitor every fucking leftist on Blue Sky all the time. So leftists can post crazy shit about me on Blue Sky all they want. Whatever. Yeah, that guy literally, there was a black guy that literally stalked me several blocks down the street to get that photo. Well, I've lost about 30 pounds since that photo was taken, so good luck recognizing me next time, assholes. And still dropping, which is great. Thank you, Cynthia, for the $20. I appreciate it. Yeah, Blue Sky. So gay. They want to accuse me of being gay. You know what's actually fucking gay? Blue Sky.
Trying to figure out how to respond to the public about why the 30-06 didn't pass through Charlie's neck. Erica allegedly is the one who put forth this 3-way call. She's on the call. There was no HIPAA violation here. And she is the one that suggested that Charlie has a Superman neck. And again, they are playing defense because I shared the fact on my podcast that the bullet didn't go through.
No.
Well, it did not go through. There was no blood at all.
Listen, no. You must be new here. We don't do this conservative retard bullshit. They're not willing. It's easier to give up. Bro, shut the fuck up. They are absolutely winning. They're kicking our ass. If you don't know that, you haven't been here long enough. Stick around and we will show you how badly you're losing to those fucking retards. I promise you. But we don't do this conservative retard shit here. Like, I don't allow it.
Oh. Apparently, Andrew hit send on X to Superman neck. And we're led to believe for a very long time that was referring to, I don't know, something the surgeon said, which he didn't.
I do like boys.
My dog blue paw print number 2. Erica lied to Glenn Beck about Charlie having not sent around text messages the night before to various people signaling that he thought he was going to be murdered. I have his phone. And then she said that was a mistake. No, it must have been on Telegram that he sent that. And then I confirmed with my person that had access to Dan Flood's phone that it wasn't sent on Telegram. It was sent on iMessage. So she lied to me. She lied twice. She lied once, and then she lied again to me. And I don't like when people lie to my face.
Me neither.
Paw print number 3. Erica was at the meeting in the Hamptons when Bibi Netanyahu called and offered to take Turning Point to the next level, but she cannot remember that particular detail. Boys and girls, what is the picture that is emerging?
Thanks, Reagan. I remember who that is.
We could do more paw prints, but this is a toddler show. 3 should be enough to have a picture that's emerging. We should be able to take out my handy dandy notebook and put together a picture here, a story here should be emerging. And the kids, you can just shout, what's happening here? What are we looking at, kids? And that doesn't even account for all of the subjective oddities, vibes, like Erica's emotions, the Zoom call, the Shabbat Shalom book tour, Erica asserting to Barry Weiss, of all people, that Jew hatred is wrong, Erica allowing Ben Shapiro to open at AmFest behind her. I said that was my clue something was wrong. When Ben came out swinging, I was going, oh, something's very wrong here. Erica welcoming the New York Times into their shared home. Basically, Erica here is pulling the LBJ. And what I mean by that is as soon as LBJ got into office after JFK's assassination, he reversed course on every single one of JFK's policies. JFK's enemies seemingly became LBJ's friends. Erica appears to be doing that to me strongly. I know for a fact Charlie disliked Ben. Why would you let him buy his way onto the stage? Charlie said no, for a fact, to more Zionist control at Turning Point USA. He signaled to the troops.
I'm actually really annoyed about that asshole in that video saying she just bought that Berkeley sweater. No, I didn't. I bought that Berkeley sweater months before that. And I actually wore it around to a bunch of places because it's a comfortable fucking sweater. I've worn that Berkeley sweater in multiple airports. I wore that Berkeley, the Berkeley sweater fresh out of the bed. No. I actually wore that hat around too.
This is done. It is over. Charlie said no to Bibi Netanyahu coming on his show. So he was done being bullied by Zionist dollars. that the energy that we're getting right now from Turning Point USA? I broke the story and people didn't believe me because it sounds made up. I'm not making this up. There was a scheduled a few weeks ago for Bibi Netanyahu, Erica Kirk, and Ben Shapiro to film together something. Maybe it was supposed to be for the Super Bowl. I don't know, but it got canceled at the last second. They were filming something in Palm Beach. It got canceled last second.
Hoodie inaccuracy.
Does that feel like
I spent $60 on that fucking hoodie back in October, and I want credit for it.
Direction of travel that Charlie Kirk was going into? We can't even get his widow to at least come out and tell the truth about Charlie shifting positions. Does that not strike you as odd? Again, we're now in subjective territory, but does that not strike you as odd to at least say, as I would feel and as I have felt, like, screw you, Josh Hammer, and this person, everybody who was mean to him and stressed him out in those final days? We're not even getting that energy. And in case you still do not believe what I have maintained from the very beginning about Charlie, who had flipped his position on Israel, I want to show you this clip of Megyn Kelly, which is going viral from her appearance on Piers Morgan's show. Now, Megyn Kelly is not the person that I expected to be one of the very few people with a platform who knew Charlie.
Cynthia, another 50. You want me to give another 10 channel memberships out to the channel? All right, Cynthia, I'll do it. All right. 10 channel memberships on behalf of the Queen, Cynthia. There you go. I'm sending them out. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership on behalf of Cynthia.
Who simply did the right thing and told the truth. Okay? She has taken a ton of flack for that. I also want to be clear that her and I do not agree. She supports Turning Point USA. She supports the direction Turning Point USA is going into ostensibly. She disagrees with me on a great many number of topics. But at this juncture, I would probably crawl over broken glass to defend her, even if I didn't agree with her positions, because she showed that she has a soul. And apparently that's rare in politics. She showed and demonstrated that she had a soul when a good man was murdered in broad daylight in front of the entire world. And she had the courage to simply tell the truth. She said, yes, Charlie changed his mind of a topic of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
She believes that Tyler Robinson was the person, as she has said on her show. Again, we don't agree, but she thinks that it was Tyler Robinson who did this. And she agrees with the narrative that we're not getting a lot of details because it's making its way through its court system. But that hasn't made her lie about what Charlie was going through at the end. Why is it Megyn Kelly? Charlie Kirk didn't make Megyn Kelly. Charlie Kirk did not employ Megyn Kelly. She wasn't making tons of money at Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk didn't sweat and lose sleep trying to build up Megyn Kelly. But all of his lieutenants around him, they're silent. They're letting the lies fly. This is Megyn Kelly on Piers Morgan, and she makes an incredible point that they're all coming after her. I don't know why she's always responsible for what I say, even though we don't agree. I don't even go on her show. They don't go after people like Piers Morgan, who actually does platforming. Take a listen to what she had to say.
And just on Candace Owens, you've been very supportive of her, not critical, even though she, I would argue, and I have to her face when I've had her on the show.
I get on like well with Candace, but
some of the stuff she's been doing in relation to Erica Kirk, Brigitte Macron, and others, I do think is really regrettable, kind of conspiracy theory nonsense just for clicks and money. Why would you hesitate before criticizing her over stuff like that?
I've criticized Candace many times over the years. We've had many public fights over the years. But isn't it interesting that you will, quote, platform Candace? She hasn't been on my show in several years, but I get all the hard time. Why am I getting that? You're the one, quote, platforming Candace Owens. She and I don't have that kind of relationship. Candace took a bunch of crap because she was very anti-Israel in the Gaza war. And it became a thing where you had to say she was terrible in her positioning. And then after Charlie died, she started questioning whether Israel had any role in it. And that's when they really tried to amp up the pressure on me to condemn her. And I refused because Charlie was starting to have serious questions about Israel, not just its role in the Gaza war, but its influence on American politicians.
Massive W's in the chat for Anthony, 20 gifted channel memberships. Thanks so much, Anthony. Super, super generous, bro. You rule. Are we going to hit 200 channel memberships again today? Holy shit. You guys, see, this is why the left fucking hates me. This is why the left really hates me. Because there ain't shit they can do to cut my funding. There's not shit they can do to turn it off. Very sorry, leftists. I have the funding to fly anywhere in the country that I want to go to your fucking events if I feel like it, to sign up for your events under a secret fucking identity if I feel like it, to spend all my time studying you guys when we're not doing stuff like this. I can do whatever the fuck I want on the internet because my audience allows me to do it, because my audience is the best audience on the internet. You guys rule.
Something he and I spent hours and hours discussing. So I had no problem with Candace Owens asking those questions. And I refused to condemn her because I was under pressure from these people who wanted me to. And then that morphed into then everything Candace said thereafter, with which I may or may not have had serious problems, that I had to, where's the condemnation? And it was all really about the Israel thing. And I'd rather die than bend the knee to these people. I'd rather die than bend the knee. It won't happen. I didn't raise my fist and say BLM, and I'm not going to condemn the people they want me to condemn just so that I can get a little pat on their head, on my head from them. It's not important to me. What's important to me is I live free. And that, frankly.
Am I trending on Twitter now? Am I trending on your news feed on Twitter? Awesome. You guys rock. This is because everyone's been sharing that tweet and liking that tweet. Now it's going to start flying. Awesome. Well done, everyone. Thank you to everyone who shared the tweet, liked it, bookmarked it, replied to it, did all the things. Tag the shit out of Andy No to shame him into actually covering this. Tag the shit out of every conservative influencer to shame them into actually covering this for once in their fucking lives. You guys rule. Best audience on the internet. No comparison.
Is what it means to be an American.
That is incredibly powerful. And like I said, kudos to Megyn Kelly, because she's telling the truth. It has always been about Israel. It is not about morality. And by the way, even if she did come out outright and condemn me, that would buy her maybe until next week. If she didn't say the next thing they wanted her to say, they would destroy her. We have seen this pattern over and over again. I'm one of the people that suffered from this pattern. I don't like what's happening in Gaza. Look what they did to me. Look what's happening with Charlie. Does this make any sense to you? Charlie was, for a fact, having plenty of doubts about Israel. Anybody in his inner circle can tell you that. And yet people in his inner circle are not telling you that. Instead, they are spending money and going after influencers from the very beginning to influence people to believe that Candace was lying about this fact. And now we have a predicament when even the person closest to Charlie, his wife, is being caught telling lies. These are lies. It is inexplicable why her assistant was pulled back on September 10th. Maybe it is actually, maybe it is something that can be explained, then they should explain it. This is way too coincidental. I want to be very clear on my perspective on this. I believe this is a...
This is not the first time we've secretly recorded the Denver Communists. It's not even the second time we've secretly recorded the Denver Communists. It's not even the third fucking time we've secretly recorded the Denver Communists. The Denver Communists are going to start to get pissed after a while. Whatever. I can't help that they called to overthrow the government. It's not my fault.
Conspiracy. I don't believe that this just keeps happening and no one can give answers, and that Charlie really was just so excited the night before that he slept in his daughter's bed and we don't know what happened here. Sweep it all under the rug. Nobody talked about what happened at the Hamptons. He just needed to...
What is your screen name on Twitter and what did you say to get me to block you? That's the question. What did you say on Twitter to get me to block you? Because you did something. I don't block people for no reason, bro. What is your screen name on Twitter? And what did I say to block? What did you say to get me to block you?
Advice from Josh Hammer. They're asking us to be really stupid right now. And I'm asking you to join me in refusing that order. Anyway, we are going to pause here and take a brief break before I respond to a TikToker.
No ads, no ads,
to help prepare the whole in terms of trying to figure out what happened to Charlie Kirk, why things are not making sense. And one TikToker got onto the platform,
Mike,
and
that's your
she
name, Mike G?
decided to bump me in some information in a nice internet game of Red Rover. Take a listen.
Red Rover. I call Candace over. I found something in the
Yeah, bro. This is Mike G on Twitter, and I don't have him blocked. So do you want to give me your fucking screen name or not? If I ask you what your screen name is, and then you give me a screen name that I don't actually have blocked, that's not helpful. What the fuck is your screen name? The entire stream is now stopped just for you. What is your handle? Okay. What is your username? We're waiting, Mike. We're waiting. We're trying to help you, but you need to tell us your username. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Well, guess it couldn't have been that important. Guess it couldn't have been that important, could it have? Guess it wasn't that important.
Epstein files that may be a missing puzzle piece to the Charlie Kirk investigation. Let's get into it. So after Charlie Kirk had passed away, we started seeing these articles pop up, which made me dig into Erica Kirk, and I found the Romanian Angels stuff. That video blew up, but I didn't have any lawyers sent after me. Instead, it was private investigators asking how I found this information, asking me to send them links. I knew at that point that I was on the right track, was suspecting that Erica Kirk could be involved in something bigger than what we're being told.
Mike, what is you're an old man? Okay, fine, but you can go onto your Twitter account and find your username, bro. If you can't do that, I can't help you.
So I've kept digging because in every homicide investigation, a potential suspect is the spouse, especially when they have so much to gain, right? Now, this article that was posted shortly after Charlie Kirk's assassination by USA Today states that Erica Kirk worked as a real estate agent in New York City for the Corcoran Group. So if we're to believe the story that she works as a real estate agent for the Corcoran Group, then her boss would be Pamela Liebman, because Pamela has been the president and CEO of the Corcoran Group since 2000. At least that's what the public has been told. Now, in this Epstein document that's doing an official name search and alias for Lynn Forrester, aka Lindy Rothschild, it states that under her work affiliations that she is the Corcoran Group Inc. president. And it even shows her email, which is redacted. Now, this is a bit of a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, but if Erica was involved in anything sketchy and she needed to receive payment, having her work for the Corcoran Group as a real estate agent would be a very easy way to launder money, right?
So let me just tell you how God works. I don't actually peruse TikTok that often. And I got this video. I think somebody sent it to me.
Okay.
And I had just arrived at an interesting fact about Erica, because, you know, we've been working in the background on this timeline of her life. And it was about her real estate career. An interesting little tidbit that I can add here on her journey. It just so happens to be, like I said, this came across as I was noticing this inexplicable data point. The story that we are told, and the story that Charlie was told, the story that I was told, is that Erica and Charlie Kirk fell in love when he was interviewing her for a job with Turning Point USA. Many people have confirmed this many times over. I'll give you some examples. Here is Tyler Boyer discussing this at Charlie Kirk's memorial.
I got a call from Miss Erica Kirk, Miss Arizona 2012. I just want to help, she said. So naturally, I put her right behind the president at that first rally. After that, we talked. It was obvious she was the perfect person for the job that Charlie and I had devised in one of our 24-hour planning sessions. I wanted to hire her. I only had one problem. Charlie Kirk wanted to date her.
Okay. He tells that story. And by the way, he's telling the truth. I was around for that. I just had to scroll in through my own text messages. Here is Erica similarly telling the story herself. Take a listen.
He got finished with his burger and he just sat there and he looked at me and he's like, you know what? I'm not going to hire you. And I was like, that's fine. I don't need this job. I'm doing plenty of other things here in Manhattan. He's like, I'm going to date you.
Okay. So this is a job interview. And I'm going to show you one more example of this. She tells Megyn Kelly this on stage, and this is even after his assassination. So take a listen.
When I met Charlie, the only reason I sat down with him because I thought it was a consulting position for work. I did not date in Manhattan. I saw the pits of hell of the dating pool through my roommates.
The pits of
So
hell.
I can tell you, going back in my text messages with Charlie, that this date thing happened September of 2018. We discussed it. Like I said, I was basically like his wingman and very much enjoyed that. I was very pro Erica and him getting together. I can say that as well. So Charlie interviewed her in New York. That is true because she was looking for a gig with Turning Point USA. And I find that now to be very strange, weird, that she would be looking for a job in politics at the exact same time that she apparently received her New York real estate license. Yeah. So October 2018 is when they began dating in earnest. That is the very month that Erica receives her New York real estate license. She begins dating Charlie Kirk. I'm going to show you that. Here is her license, and I'm going to show you how you figure this out. This is a snapshot. You can see it says this real estate license is valid until October 24th, 2020. In New York, your real estate license lasts for 2 years. Think of it like a driver's license. You have to get that license renewed, and it's every 2 years. So if it expired in October 24th, 2020.
Okay, Mike, you are now unblocked on Twitter. I don't know what you did to get me to block you. I'm not going to look into it. I'm giving you an amnesty. Thank the chat for helping you out, please. But you are now unblocked on Twitter.
That means that she received her real estate license, we can assume, on October 24th, 2018, right when she started dating Charlie Kirk. I just thought that was super interesting. That didn't exactly make sense to me.
Thanks so much for the super chat, Chevelle. Is there a possibility that Candace is bitter because it wasn't her that got with Charlie and that's why all of this is going on? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think that Candace is really capable of love because I think Candace is a narcissist. So I don't think that Candace is jealous. I think that this is about money and clout, and Erica pissed Candace off, and so now Candace is getting back at Erica, but I don't think it has to do with Charlie and jealousy. I think it's just that Candace is a narcissist. Also, yep, another Candace freeze frame dub. The master of the Candace freeze frame. That's like 5 freeze frames in a row now. Boom.
Me, as I was doing this timeline, because I remember and Charlie met Erica. I remember Tyler setting this up. I remember the conversations, and I still have the conversations, thankfully, because I delete nothing when all this went down. The career that I was told that Erica had was that she was doing fashion. Erica was in New York City. I met her at a steakhouse shortly thereafter. Charlie wanted to know what I thought about her.
Guys, I'll be right back.
And what I was made to understand was that Erica was working in fashion on this clothing brand, Proclaim Streetwear. She wore a lot of jewelry on her arm, and she was into like Christian branded fashion. So I'm just trying to understand why you would be trying to do both a fashion company, and then if you look up the LLCs, certainly at being of 2019, she files for a trademark for that fashion brand. So she is both running a fashion brand, getting her master's at Liberty University, getting her real estate license, and beginning a career with Corcoran Real Estate, which is a massive real estate firm in New York. And when we dig up the relic of what she was doing at Corcoran Real Estate, All we can find on Wayback Machine is that she had one listing. So how did this career get started? How were we not told that? How was I not told when I spoke to her that she was a real estate agent? I don't know. That all seems quite strange to me. The real estate thing seems a little bit strange to me. So I want to add that to the pile for you TikTokers that are looking into things, to let you know that you are on the right track and you've noticed something that struck me as odd at the exact same moment that you came across it. I said, this is actually weird. This is not the Erica that I met. I didn't know anything about this. How many careers can you have at the exact same time? Also, by the way, doing a reality show, dating, even though you never dated in New York City, or at least what you told Barry Weiss. Anyway, I wanted to add that little tidbit before we answer some of your questions. We will be right back after a brief break from sponsors.
Okay.
All right.
All right. That's the end of this episode. I'm going to assume we're going to be moving into the next episode of Candace. But first, we've got Shamel. Well, jealous that Erica got keys to the kingdom and Candace didn't. I mean, Candace has it pretty fucking good, if I'm being honest about it. I don't really think that has to do with it. I think that Candace just got a narcissistic injury and she's acting out based on it. I could be wrong, though. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Because it seems like she's pretty pissed that Erica is doing so much better than her. I think that's your interpretation. I don't know that I would say that Erica is doing better than Candace. Erica's also kind of crashing and burning, if we're being honest about it. Like, Erica is not being the leader that Turning Point USA needs, and I'm not trying to shit on her or anything, but I don't think that Erica Kirk has the leadership experience necessary to lead that organization. I just don't. And I think it was irresponsible of all of them to put her in charge of it from the very beginning. And so might Erica have a ton of money now because of Charlie? Yeah, sure, I guess. But I don't think she's really doing better than Candace. I don't think Candace is married to a British lord. Candace has more money than fucking God. Like, this is why Candace can say and do whatever she wants. So I don't really agree with the interpretation that Candace thinks that Erica's doing so much better than her and that's why she's jealous, because I just don't think that that's the truth. I mean, again, I could be wrong, but like, my perception of Erica right now is not that she's winning, to be honest. All right, moving on. Next episode, who removed Charlie's wedding photo and why?
All right, you guys, I actually think it's appropriate to bring Kid Rock back, bring him on the stage right now, because I loved his song with Sheryl Crow. It was a big hit. You know, I put your picture away. That one, very relevant today, because what's trending all over the internet right now is Picturegate. Who put that picture away? That's what they want to know. It refers to a picture of Eric.
Hang on. We're going to watch the video that Batty Girl Rachel sent me. Hang on. Where is it? I just need to find it. Oh no, did I already click off of it? Let me go back to my DMs. You guys can't see this, right? No, you can't. Let's see. What's this?
Candace's clues. No one can fool her, not even the Jews. It's Candace's clues. Candace's clues.
Can you guys help me find Blue?
We see that.
You see him? Where?
Behind you.
Wow.
Blue Skidoo, we can too.
You know, Charlie was so excited to do what he has been doing for nearly a decade. And so to help him sleep, I told him to sleep in a child's bed.
A clue!
You see a clue?
Good job, but we still haven't found Blue. Let's keep searching.
Then in the morning, he came in to grab his ring that he had taken off because our marriage is on the rocks.
A clue!
You see a clue?
Good job, but we still haven't found Blue. Let's keep searching. A clue!
You see a clue?
Good job, but we still haven't found Blue. Let's keep searching.
The night before, we had a priest come over and pray over our failing marriage because despite me being evil, Charlie had faith.
What the fuck?
You see a clue? Good job! We did it! We found Blue! Let's head to the thinking chair.
The thinking chair.
Now, let's check our handy-dandy notebook and compile our clues to see what Blue was trying to tell us. 1, they weren't sleeping in the same bed. 2, he took off his ring. 3, he took down their photo. And 4, a priest prayed over their failing marriage. So when we put all these clues together, what does it tell us?
The clues tell us that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie.
No, you're a idiot. Blue, get him.
So real. So real.
We just figured out Jews clues. We just figured out Jews clues.
Jews clues. Uh-oh. No anti-Semitism allowed. Okay, let's go back.
Erica and Charlie on their wedding day, which Charlie had in his home office, that suddenly went missing after his death. And I will tell you why the internet is on fire about that. Also, they did just go ahead and fire Carrie Prejean for standing up for Catholics down in Texas, Catholics and sensible people, because she refuses to worship Israel, which
right
Catholics cannot do and moral people should not do. It's crazy, but you know, ethno-supremacy does in fact go against the teaching of the church. Welcome back to Candace. Where to begin? Where to begin? I'd like to start with a special shout out to Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer this afternoon, our resident Zionist psychopath. She's amazing. After yesterday's episode, she took to X to demand that Erica Kirk sue me. Here is what she wrote. She said, "It is time for Mrs. Erica Kirk to sue Candace Owens. She has gone too far." How original, a Zionist threatening to sue. Ooh, that's so new. It feels so brand new. Hey, Laura, welcome to the Candace podcast. It sounds like you might be new here. What we've been doing these past 5 months is trying to figure out who killed Charlie Kirk. And while we have definitively uncovered a lot, that process has been somewhat delayed and complicated by the fact that we don't have access to Charlie's phone, Erica's phone, Dan Flood's phone, Mikey McCoy's phone logs, Frank Turek's phone. Were we actually granted by the power of the courts the right to subpoena all that information? I suspect we would have maybe solved this thing even before his memorial, before the quote unquote event of the century. So thank you. We welcome that opportunity, Laura. That is literally what we are doing here. That aside, something else that began trending last night.
So Candace wants Erica Kirk to sue her so that she can get a hold of what is on Erica Kirk's phone. Do I have that right? Candace is like daring Erica Kirk to sue her so that they can have discovery and she can see what's on her phone. Okay. You know what? Listen, I've said from the very beginning, I think Candace is a psycho, but she's an entertaining psycho. She provides us with an immense amount of entertainment. So would I have an issue if this little plan that she had played out? Nope. I would love to see what's on Erica Kirk's phone. I would absolutely love to see it. I mean, in fact, I think Erica Kirk should sue Candace. I think Candace should get to see what's on the phone through discovery. And I think all that information should be shared with all of us so that we can be entertained by it. Oh, shit.
Kath is threatening to appearance before he was assassinated was from his home studio, at least, was on September 8th. This is the date that I believe Erica was actually at Fort Huachuca. Well, despite having just arrived on a flight back from Tokyo shortly before midnight on the 7th, Charlie Kirk was awake and he did 1 hour of the Charlie Kirk show on the 8th from his studio, where he recapped what he loved about Korea and Tokyo. And in the background, you can see that Charlie has a wedding photo. Okay, this is the morning of September 8th, just to put that in your mind really quickly. Here is that wedding photo behind him, which you can see. And I also think that that's available on both of their Instagram accounts. Okay. On September 9th, he went into the office. And by September 10th, midday about, he was assassinated. We are told that following that tragic ending, Erica could not even or didn't want to move any of his items out of their place in their bedroom, bathroom. That's what she told the New York Times a few days later when she welcomed them into that apartment, the one that you're seeing there. Well, then fast forward to December 12th, and as a part of her Shabbat Shalom PR blitz, she conducted her very first interview from Charlie's home office. She gave that interview to Glenn Beck. And during that interview, she was playing the part, as you are about to see, of this is my first time back in his office. And she keeps looking down and she says, sorry, I'm looking down. I'm just looking at all of these things that Charlie left over on his desk. The obvious insinuation to the public being that she had not yet traversed into that space. She had not gone through the things. She had not seen the last things that he wrote on the notepad. And yet, curiously, that wedding photo is missing. Okay, the internet was correct to call that out. Take a listen to what she tells Glenn Beck.
I'm actually sitting in his office. This is his home office. And I have not been in here for a very long time. And I've just been, that's part of the reason why I keep looking down. It's not because I'm not wanting to look at you. It's because like there are so many treasures in here. Like for instance, like this piece of paper, he wrote on everything. He has papers everywhere. This says, it's the priorities. It says family, children, legacy, kids number one, versus careerism, consumerism, and loneliness. That's interesting. I don't know. I could spend hours in this at this desk, but my point is with little things like that is that he would sit here on Sundays writing, using his journal, like going through all these drawers, and he was preparing for the week ahead.
Where's the wedding photo, Candace? Why can't we hear Candace? What happened?
You hear her say that she had not been in there in a long time. So the internet was correct to spot that oddity. If this really is your first time in his office, the first time looking down at his desk, who moved the frame behind his head? No person in their right mind would go into the home of a grieving widow and move a photo of her and her husband from their wedding day without explicit permission. So what actually happened there? We have a couple of options. Let's go through them. Option A, which I just want to say is my favorite option always. Andrew Colvett went rogue. Andrew Colvett went rogue. He was over there. And the next thing you knew, he was fumbling and bumbling in the office. And he was like, and this wedding picture is coming with me for no reason. I might even tweet about it. He just can't help himself, Andrew Colvett. He's out of control. Just raging through Charlie's belongings. That's one of the options. Then there's an option B, which was the internet's immediate reaction. They said, Erica removed it. Why would she remove it? Erica is evil. Why would she do this thing? But I would like to push back on that notion. I do not accept that option at all. I definitively do not believe that that is what happened, because that would be the exact opposite of the very intentional PR messaging that has come out of Turning Point USA since Charlie died. At every waking moment, even when Charlie was lying in his casket, they were ever intentional. They wanted the public to recognize that Erica was Charlie's husband. Erica's husband was gone. It's Erica and Charlie. Erica, she even intentionally used phrases like my Charlie in her initial speech, which was written in large part by Blake Neff, by the way, I'm told. Plus, in subsequent fundraising letters and emails, they wanted the public to know that it was, quote unquote, my Charlie, to remind them over and over again, that's her husband, that's her husband. The intention was to lay, of course, the emotional groundwork for the sudden transfer of power. The idea being, she's actually half of Charlie, so nobody should question anything. Charlie thought she was great, and you should think she's nobody should be thinking or asking a question whether or not she's qualified to be the CEO and chairman. What's my point I'm making? No, Erica is not the person that moved that picture. In fact, it would be much more likely that Stacey Sheridan would have added that picture to the background. They would have said, okay, we're in his office. What are we going to do? Oh, let's put up some stuff behind to remind people that this is her Charlie and how happy they were and how in love they were. So that really only leaves us with one other option. And that option would be that Charlie himself moved the frame. And he would have had to do this on the 9th, the day before his assassination. And what would have happened thereafter is Erica simply didn't realize it. It's actually, if you think about it, a rather minor detail, and they certainly would have been completely consumed with everything that was going on. They would not have been focusing on whether or not the background matched when she first sat down at that desk in the wake of his death. Not even the internet sleuths recognized it. We've been spending hours on this and we did not recognize it until now. About 6 months on, people are going, wait, this is a minor detail that feels kind of major. So that is the option that I think most likely happened. It was a genuine oversight. And guess what, guys? Our toddler clues with My Dog Blue are beginning to add up. Okay, let's start with that as our very first clue, which is, of course, Erica sitting at Charlie's desk without the wedding photo in the background. Okay, there's our clue right there.
God.
What did it mean? Let's keep going. Certainly an odd redesign, but without.
How does Candace think this is a good idea? Candace is not a stupid woman. Well, okay, no, that's not true. She's fucking stupid about a lot of stuff. Okay, that's not true. Candace is absolutely stupid about a lot of stuff. There are also things that Candace is actually smart about, and because everyone has strengths and weaknesses, I guess. How the fuck does Candace not have the self-awareness to understand that this is a bad idea? Yeah, where is Candace's husband? Why hasn't Candace's obviously gay husband stepped in? Thanks, Batty Girl Rachel. If Erica doesn't sue her, Blue should. So real. So real. Oh, shit. God damn it. Okay, we're at the Blues Clues portion of the event. Hang on. There it is. Okay.
Let's keep going. Certainly an odd redesign, but without more clues, we can't put together the picture. It's just not how this game works. But there are more clues. There's always more clues in every episode.
Cannot even.
Because then when we get into, and we go backward and we pay attention to things that Erica told us, we begin to re-examine what I now deem to be an objectively unintelligible story about how Charlie was so excited for the tour, despite the fact that he speaks at college campuses virtually every week. But he was so excited specifically for this event that he couldn't sleep, and also something about his daughter being in bed, and he had to go have a good night's sleep. I want you to listen to this now with new ears in retrospect. And if you see a clue, I want you guys to shout at the screen. Say, a clue, a clue.
Blues
Let's
Clues.
listen.
For him, that night, he was so excited.
Yo,
I mean, he just was like, I can't wait. It's going to be the best.
Thanks,
and he got
Cynthia.
up around 2:45,
Cues,
3-ish to go into the kitchen to grab a snack. And our daughter had woke up around that same time. We live in a small space, so you can kind of hear when everyone's kind of shuffling around. And so she came to our room, and she stayed in our bed. And he always loved when Gigi slept in our bed because she's, little ones, they like curl up inside of you and like they're just nuzzled in. But you also know that it can be very acrobatic when a 3-year-old is in your bed and somehow their feet end up on your face. So I said, I want you to have a good night's sleep. Go ahead and sleep in her room. And I'll turn the air down so it's nice and cozy in there. And I just want you to get a good night's sleep.
That is
so
weird.
You can be amazing tomorrow.
That's weird.
And so Gigi and I stayed in our room. And that morning he woke up super early and he came into our bedroom, into the bathroom, because that's where his wedding ring was and his necklace. And he came in and he grabbed that. And then he left. I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye.
Oh, what's that? In the chat, people are saying
Malcolm.
a clue.
Thanks for the super chat. Am I 6 for 6 on the Candace freeze frame? Hang on one sec, Malcolm. Hang on one sec. I guess I can leave Malcolm's chat on there. It doesn't affect you guys. I just need to make sure that I get a screenshot of another W Candace freeze frame. All right, Malcolm. Candace is a fabulous, and she's in love with her own bullshit. So real, Malcolm. I completely agree.
Did you guys see clues? Oh, okay. Well, let me revisit that. Let me actually reiterate what Erica is saying happened the night before, because it doesn't make any sense. She says Charlie was so excited, and then she quotes, he was like, I can't wait. It's going to be the best. End quote. It's a quotation from Charlie. I can't wait. It's going to be the best. Okay. Can I ask why? Why was UVU going to be the best? Has Charlie never been to UVU before? No, he has actually. He's been with me. I've done UVU with him. I honestly have done a lot of college events. I've never seen this level of excitement to go sit down with a bunch of teenagers, mostly who are over coddled by their parents and who are going to be shouting all sorts of questions like you. It was going to be the best. We already did it. Why was it going to be better? I feel offended. I thought we had.
He took the frame and no kiss goodbye. Thanks, Cheek Bud. I appreciate the super chat.
A good experience up at UVU. Certainly wouldn't have described it as the best and wouldn't be on the brink of my seat looking to go back, itching to go back to UVU. So that's weird. I just would like to ask why. He then says that Charlie woke up for a snack at 2:45 in the morning. And apparently he was so loud, the apartment's small, and maybe it was his excitement. He's like, yeah, UVU, yeah, I'm so excited. Who knows? Okay, we're not clear on that. But the implication is that's what woke up her 3-year-old daughter at 2:45 in the morning. That's not when toddlers at the age of 3 wake up, okay? These are sleep-trained toddlers, okay? Gigi wakes up at 2:45, 3-year-old kid who should be in the REM stage of sleep. Toddlers knock out. Maybe Gigi is a light sleeper. It's also
You're telling me that okay, listen, this is an area that I'm ignorant in because I don't have kids and I don't want kids and I don't ever want to experience kids and kids freak the fuck out of me and I don't want to be around kids. But I'm sure I have a lot of people with kids in my chat right now. Is it true that toddlers never wake up in the middle of the night? One in the chat if it's true that toddlers never wake up in the middle of the night. 2 in the chat if toddlers do wake up in the middle of the night for no reason and then start crying and asking you for shit. Because I suspect that toddlers do actually wake up in the middle of the night sometimes. 1, if toddlers never wake up in the middle of the night and behave like unhinged retards. 2 in the chat if toddlers do indeed wake up in the middle of the night and do ridiculous things. Yeah, they wake up for no reason. See, this is what I thought. This is part of the reason why I don't have kids. You guys think the no whining rule on the channel exists for a reason or what? Like I don't want to exist with I want no whining in my household. I don't want whining in the afternoon. I don't want whining in the morning. I don't want whining in the middle of the night. I don't want whining on my YouTube channel. I don't want whining anywhere. But it seems to me based on my YouTube replies that toddlers do wake up in the middle of the night and do weird and random shit.
So just curious that they're all awake. It's 2:45 a.m. in the morning. I don't know what's going on. But the resolution, she's clear on. The resolution to this sort of pre-dawn fracas is that Gigi is going to sleep in Charlie's bed and because she wanted him to be amazing and rested.
Do you think that Candace... Another W freeze frame. How much can one freeze frame do? Again, like how many freeze frames can we get from one fucking episode of Candace? Does Candace lock her kids in their bedrooms at night and that's why she thinks they don't wake up in the middle of the night? Like, serious question. Is it possible that Candace literally locks her kids in their bedrooms so that they don't or can't wake up in the middle of the night? W's in the chat for Core, 10 gifted channel memberships. Core, you rock. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, bro. Really, really appreciate it. Congrats to all the new channel members. We also got a super chat here from Baddie Girl Rachel. When I was little, my mother would lock the door because she was afraid I would wake up and start playing with the stove. So from my personal experience of waking up to a locked door, yes, kids do. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Does Candace think that kids don't wake up in the middle of the night because she literally locks her kids in their bedroom? Is that out of the realm of possibility? I don't think so. Bet she has nannies. Yeah, I bet she does have nannies. And I bet the kids like the nannies more than they like her.
Well, first off, you said it's 2:45, 3 a.m. I think, I feel like the train has already left the station in terms of being rested. I want to remind you guys, Charlie is then he has a flight scheduled to leave at 6:30 a.m. So if you're up at 3, we can already say goodbye to the idea of feeling amazing for the next day's flight, which is at 6:30 a.m. And if you were really able to power down that quickly and power back up, you probably want to do that in your own bed. Usually people, when they go overseas or even just sleep in a different bed other than their own, maybe there's in a hotel locally for a long time, you just can't wait to get back in your own bed. I think that's generally speaking, you're like, yes, I'm back in my own bed. And if I want a good night's sleep, I'm going to do that in my own bed, not in my toddler's bedroom. I'm going to assume that bed is not the same size as the size of their bed. But Erica, whatever, feels like it's an opportunity for him to feel amazing at 3 a.m. and to go into Gigi's bed. That's the best place to do that, or Gigi's room. Okay. While Gigi sleeps in her mother's bed. Just little swapsies there at 3 a.m. in the morning, totally casual. I'm starting to get a feeling that there might have been another reason that the daughter woke up, but stick with me.
Oh, no.
Maybe,
Oh, no.
Maybe there's noise, not from excitement, but maybe an argument.
No.
Maybe there was an argument. That would make more sense to me, especially when we add in how she concludes that portion by telling us that Charlie took off his wedding ring during that same night, which is why he, of course, then had to put it back on the next morning. And Erica says that he snuck in the next morning to put that wedding band on. I immediately clocked that. Even when that interview was live, I said, that's weird, just because I know Charlie, but I couldn't explain that to the audience. I know Charlie. Charlie's the kind of person who could sleep with his boots on. Like this little ring. I don't know virtually any men. Truly, I don't know any. But obviously, I'm assuming there are. Maybe you've got a funky little band and maybe your hands swollen with some, I don't know, that like meticulously take that little band off. Charlie doesn't strike me as the type of person who would do that.
Candace's argument is people never take off their wedding ring. I don't wear my wedding rings in the house, usually. Every once in a while, and the only time I would wear my wedding ring in the house is if I've come back from outside. I always put my wedding ring on when I leave the house. I don't wear my wedding rings in the fucking house. They're sitting in my bedroom on my dresser. My husband wears his wedding ring, but he takes it off at night to go to sleep. Like, is Candace actually arguing that people never take off their fucking wedding rings?
I said that seems a little off. I also want to add this little tidbit. Erica is, as you're going to see, exceedingly uncomfortable discussing Charlie's final day. Fox News had to use a lot of cuts. A lot of, you can, now that I'm telling you that and you watch, you're going to go, oh yeah, they're cutting and kind of like putting her answer in a different place, very obviously and poorly edited out entire portions when Jesse asks her a fairly simple question. Tell me about the day before the shooting. That would be Charlie's last full day on Earth. Take a listen to how she responds to that.
Tell me about the day before the shooting.
He was at the office and we were going to meet for dinner beforehand with a dear friend of ours who I wanted to just be with us and pray with us before the event. It's no hidden secret that stuff on campus is heating up. You see people on campus coming on with guns prior to the event that happened with Charlie, the assassination with Charlie. And so I know that, you know, you and I even talked about how I used to say, you know, Charlie, have you ever thought about wearing a vest? He would nod to that and be like, you know, I've looked into it. But he would always say, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. He wasn't afraid. Wouldn't have mattered anyways if you wore a vest.
Erica's mom was dealing with a medical issue, so she stayed in Phoenix to care for her. She planned to join Charlie at the next scheduled Turning Point event at Colorado State just a few days later.
He was like, home needs you. Home needs you. Be home. Come with me on Thursday to the next event we have.
They just didn't, she doesn't want to address that. I've looked everywhere. I would like to know more about Charlie's last day. I can obviously put together what Frank said. I can put together what his schedule was, but that's not a question that she's comfortable answering. And by the way, that dear friend she's referencing, of course, we now know is a priest that came over to pray over Charlie and Erica's marriage the night before, is what I am told. Not Charlie being stressed over an article written by a leftist, which happens every 10 seconds in our world. I'm told.
Yeah, real.
Let's now try to put these clues together, just to recap. Okay, clue number 1, Charlie did not sleep in his own bed despite returning from a long trip to Asia. Number 2, Charlie's wedding ring was taken off. Number 3, Charlie removed, I think I'm saying this, I'll say allegedly, I think it was Charlie who removed his wedding photo from his home set. I think that's where he went into his office for a bit. Number 4, a priest came over to pray the night before. Again, when I take out my handy dandy notebook and I put a picture together using basic logic and not trying to look at all of these different directions and all of these possibilities, I know there's that one kid in the back of the class and you say, well, what do these clues tell you? And he raises his hand and he says, it tells me that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie. He acted alone on top of a rooftop. But that kid would be an idiot, actually. That could be an idiot because the picture that is starting to emerge is that Charlie's last day consisted of a lot of arguments, okay? Arguments over his shifting away from the pro-Israel position, him communicating to people that he was over it, that he did not want the money, him communicating to people that he wanted to bring me back to AmFest. He was very clear in telling people that on the 9th, the day before he died. And when I look at the fact that Charlie or Erica's unable to account for what happened the night before, and she's kind of cagey and answering, and she's giving us more about how Gigi sleeps and moves in bed than she is about what Charlie was doing, other than getting a snack, I feel, and I could be wrong, that there was a knock 'em dead argument that happened. That's what makes logical sense to me about what I don't know. That's what makes sense. Because they have not been honest in their portrayal about what the relationship was. And I will leave it at that.
This is just Candace is just making shit up now. This is what I don't allow on this channel where, like, again, another freeze frame W again. My God. I have like 8 different W freeze frames from this one stream. How many more freeze frames can one stream generate? I guess we'll see. But like Candace is now literally just, there must have been some argument. These are 2 deeply religious people. I'm sure that they talk to priests like all the fucking time. I'm sure it actually wouldn't have been out of the realm of possibility for a priest to come over to their house because they're deeply religious people. And it's like, you know what? It's like, the only explanation for the priest coming to their house to talk to them is that they had a giant fucking blowout fight and they were praying for the salvation of their marriage. I don't buy it.
This like idea of this amazing godly relationship with that is not accurate, and it would not have been relevant if Erica had kept it honest throughout this entire process, but she's not. She's getting caught in a lot of lies. And when I go back and I revisit the way she tells the lies, I feel very strange about it. I feel weird watching these clips back. And I want you to see that. Lastly, I want to bring the Glenn Beck interview back up because hindsight, like I said, is 2020. And I want you to pay attention to how she lies. Now that we know this is a lie, it's crazy to watch how performative she is in trying to deliver the lie so that it's believable to the masses.
It's a lie at all.
Remember, Charlie messaged multiple people saying that he thought they were going to kill him the night before. I feel like it wasn't just a snack that he wanted. I think there was some anxiety. He discovered something and things weren't good. I don't think it was a peaceful night's sleep the night before. Well, Erica, at this moment when she is about giving this interview to Glenn Beck, remember this was the PR blitz, she's shutting that rumor down before she realizes that I know more information. Watch how she sells this lie. Take a listen.
I know the tour, that was the first stop of the tour. And I know you two had met with your priest the night before. And
I also have a really hard time believing Erica Kirk would get into a knockdown drag out fight with Charlie Kirk. Listen, I think Erica Kirk is really fucking weird. I think she's absolutely really fucking weird. I think that she's a pageant girl. I think that everything she does is about the pageant circuit. I could be wrong, but like, I don't see her as someone who's going to blow. Like, if you were talking about me, it would be completely believable that I would get in a blow up, knockdown, drag out fight with someone. No one has any problem believing that I would get into a blow up, knockdown, drag out fight, even though that actually hasn't really happened with my husband in a very, 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 very long time. Like we're talking like 8 or 9 years here. But I just have a hard time believing that Erica Kirk would get into a blow up fight with Charlie that would possibly end their marriage, and they had to have a priest come over and pray over their marriage. I want evidence. I'm not talking about a disagreement. Married couples have disagreements, okay? I'm talking about a marriage-ending fight.
And do you think Charlie knew to some degree and had made the conscious choice that I may be taken out early? Not saying he knew that day, but that he had any inkling that this might come his way, and that
Thanks for the super chats, Chevelle. Priests are people too. You can be friends with your priest and hang out. It's not unheard of. It's not unheard of at all. No, I totally agree with that. It's not unheard of at all, especially with people who are like active, like in the church. It's like, listen, my family's Catholic. I'm not Catholic, but my family's Catholic. I totally get that.
he intentionally chose to move forward with faith in God?
It's interesting because I have unbelievable amounts of death threats. My kids have kidnapping threats, death threats. Our whole team has death threats. We knew that there was always going to be a threat, but Charlie and I we promised each other we would never live in fear. And he would say, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone. Didn't say that. And so what I do know is that we believe in the power of prayer. And what I do know is that we believe in our sovereign God. And what I do know is that that night before, we did what we usually did before tours. We said our prayer and we asked the Lord to protect us. And we asked the Lord that his will be done. That's what we did.
All I'm saying is it hits different in retrospect. She's selling that. I have his phone. He never said it. It was chill. Everyone was chilling. Me, the priest, Charlie wasn't going Catholic, but we just like the chill priest. Everyone was chilling. It was great. And I have his phone. So, haters, wrong. That's acting. That is acting. And we have
acting, Candace.
Then we're told, it's because he had messaging app. Not true. Dan Flood messaged it on iMessage. So who deleted it? If it wasn't Erica, maybe she really is being taken by a ride by everyone around her. But that the messaging has been that's not possible. Remember? That's simply not possible. There's no way that any CEO could be surrounded by snakes. But if she is being taken by a ride, she would by now be very aware of that. So I don't really excuse that. Did somebody else delete the messages? Did Kash Patel come in and delete the messages? Maybe. I don't know. I think it's very strange that she was even allowed to have the phone back so quickly or at all. I don't think they ever even seized the phone, if I remember correctly. But I would sure be interested in finding out what's in that telephone. So your move, Laura Loomer and Zionists. We are going to be right back after throwing it to some of our sponsors.
All right. No ads, Candace. No ads allowed. Fast forward.
Yahoo shows up. I don't know if you saw yesterday, like a motorcade, bigger and longer and more secure than President Trump's when he travels. I feel like he just does that because you got to imagine being Bibi Netanyahu, right? He can do whatever he wants and nobody will check him. Like he goes around telling presidents what they're going to do, how many people have to die, who he's going to assassinate, and people just take it. And so it must be so boring for him. And in order for him to feel any pleasure, he must only derive it from other people's pain. You know what I mean? There's something sadistic about the entire thing, watching what he's doing to Trump pulling out his chair, giving him this huge motorcade to come in, helicopter above. Nobody comes in like this. That's how Bibi Netanyahu comes in. And Trump, if you would think that he could be like, okay, I'm going to defend speech in America. That's it. This is the last relic of what MAGA is. And he's doing the exact opposite. And so President Donald Trump has this White House Religious Liberty Commission. And of course, they were doing a hearing on anti-Semitism because that's what's happening. That's the only thing that could be happening. It's not like, murder.
What do I think that Israel take? I don't fucking know, man. Honestly, I truly don't know. Here's what I do know. Tyler Robinson was not a far leftist. I am 1000% sure that Tyler Robinson was not a queer Marxist, was not in Antifa, was not a far leftist, was not part of far left subculture. Furries have nothing to fucking do with far left subculture at all. Like there are weird sexual fetishes, but it's not furries. Furries is a separate thing. And so every single person who has said that Tyler Robinson is a far leftist or Antifa or queer or any of these things, they all don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Queer Marxists have a very specific way of speaking. They have a very specific belief system. And I would be the first one to say if Tyler Robinson was in Antifa or he was a queer Marxist, I'd be the very first person screaming it from the rooftops, but he just wasn't. He wasn't. Do I think Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk? I have no fucking idea. Do I think that Israel did it? I truly have no fucking idea. I really haven't looked into it because it's just not my area to look into. And I'm not going to listen to Candace's opinion because Candace is now making shit up. I'm going to let the internet decide on this one. I'm not expressing an opinion either way, other than I know for a fact that Tyler Robinson was not a far left Antifa member. That's just not real.
The mass murder of hundreds of thousands of children that people are upset about. It's just because the Jews are doing it, if you believe them. And Carrie Prejean Bowler stood up and she said, "This is unacceptable. This hearing is unacceptable."
What happened to her was,
and I'm not okay with any of this. And what is the actual definition of anti-Semitism? Because it just seems like it's everything these days. And in case you need to rewind, you should go back and watch. She made a lot of amazing remarks, but here is effectively what she said. I think on behalf of all of us regarding why everything seems to be anti-Semitism, even when it so clearly is not. And really what is happening is we're being forced to support the state of Israel's demonic goals. Take a listen.
So, just to be clear, is anti-Zionism anti-Semitism?
Yes.
It is under IHRA?
Rabbi, sure. You're up next.
You're not sure?
Definition,
so what is the definition?
I would love to speak to that. Undoubtedly, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And undoubtedly, and one does not have to support the specific policies of the government of Israel, but to not support the right of Israel to exist, which is what anti-Zionists do, while not taking that same stand to the 28 Muslim countries and 13 Christian countries in this world, is a double standard,
Yeah, well, trans is not the same as queer, Shelley. And when you've done as much research as I've done on the subject, you can tell me about it. But if you think trans and queer is the same thing, you don't know enough about the left to tell me anything. I'm very sorry. Someone can be trans and not be on the far left. Look at Blair White. Blair White is fucking trans. Blair White is not on the far left.
hypocrisy and is absolutely anti-Semitism.
I think it's also important that we not make Islamophobic remarks while we're here today. I would appreciate that.
Wow.
I just want to say, God forbid was anything like that said. But if the Jewish people are the only people that you deny the right to have its own state, that is absolutely a double standard hypocrisy.
Can white people have their own state? If you deny the Jewish people the right to have their own state, who the fuck says you get your own fucking state? Who decreed that every fucking identity group in the fucking world gets their own state? Are Christians allowed to have their own state? Are Muslims allowed to have their own state? Because Israel seems to want to attack all of the fucking Muslim countries. Israel wants America to go to war with every single fucking Muslim country on their behalf so that Israel can expand its territory. So are Muslims allowed to have their own state? Are Buddhists allowed to have their own state? Are white people allowed to have their own state? Are black people allowed to have their own state? Are women allowed to have their own state? Are men allowed to have their own state? Like, where is the fucking line? Why are Jews entitled to their own thing that literally no one else gets to have? It makes no fucking sense. Hey, thanks for becoming a member of the channel. Life is better on stilts. Appreciate it. Welcome to the cult.
In anti-Semitism.
Well, as you know, I'm a Catholic, and Catholics do not embrace Zionism, just so you know. So are all Catholics anti-Semites, according to you?
as I said, anti-Zionism by denying the right of the Jews to have their own state while not saying the same for any other peoples. That is a double standard, hypocrisy, and anti-Semitism.
I don't think any group has the right to have their own state. Another great Candace freeze frame, by the way. I don't think any group has the right to have their own state. No state has the absolute fucking right to exist for any fucking reason. One in the chat if you think that any group has the right to have their own state. Two in the chat if you think that any group does not have the right to have their own state. So apparently I'm allowed to say, no, Jews are not allowed to have their own state. I don't think Christians are allowed to have their own state. I don't think Buddhists are allowed to have their own fucking state. I don't think anyone has an absolute right to have fucking anything. You are not granted a fucking state by virtue of existing as an identity category. Now, if you want to form your own state and create borders around your own state and defend your own state and pay for your own fucking state, because I'm sick and tired of us paying for Israel to exist. There is no fucking reason America should be paying Israel to exist. If you want to do all this on your own and defend your own borders and you can keep it up, like, fine, bro, you get your own state because you earned it, because you created your own state and you're defending the borders of your own state. But do you intrinsically have the right to that? No, you fucking don't. No one does. Thanks, Cora, for the super chat. Being against a government is not the same as being against a state. Let's be clear about that. I mean, I'm against both, actually. I'm against both. Thanks for the money, though. Appreciate it.
So this is just a very bad talking point. And I used to say this when I was under the Zionist demonic spell. This idea that why can't they have their own state? Do you know that that's actually not an inherent right? You actually don't have a right to say that I have a political philosophy and it's called Zionism. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that it's a race of people have a right to mass murder people who have been on this land for thousands of years, to take it, to hostilely take over their homes, not pay them. We're just going to murder you, take your home at gunpoint because Jews, of which many are Zionists, well, we don't have any other countries to ourselves. Having a country to yourself is actually not a human right.
By the way, for the record, Orthodox Jews are not Zionists. So there are plenty of Jews that are not Zionists.
A human right is, having access to drinking water, having, being able to live in a home that is yours without having somebody forcefully take it at gunpoint and murder your offspring. And what they're basically saying is they're allowed to violate human rights because they've established a new one, that they have a right to a state. That's it. So what I'm going to do, I love this. I love what you're doing. I love it. I think it's great. I'm going to just start my own religion. And it's going to be called Candacism. And what it means is that anybody who is a Candacist, if you deny the right for us to exist, we want all of Israel. We want it all. And if you, I'm sorry, well, why do Muslims have their own state? Why do Christians have their own state?
No way. Candace is watching Europa. We're going to watch the last episode next. Candace is absorbing all of the... By the way, I mean... Come on! Do the freeze frames never end? Candace is watching Europa. What could possibly go wrong with Candace watching and absorbing everything in Europa? Nothing could go wrong. Yeah, Amalek's... This is going to lead to Amalek's favorite arc ever with Candace. Amalek's going to be so happy. It's going to be great.
You're just saying this is a Muslim majority country and this is a Christian majority country. And you're saying that means we have our own state. We actually don't. You're surviving off of welfare. You can't defend yourself. You're literally a welfare state in the Middle East that also is filled with a bunch of mass murderers. It's being run by the Likud party. And effectively what that is just a team of mass murderers. That's what's happening. And you're trying to now put this into the Bible, that you have a right to do this, that you have a right to kill. and slaughter children and rape people, which they've been caught doing on camera.
What would be really awesome is if Candace, another great freeze frame, by the way, what would be really awesome if Candace did a watch party of all 15 hours of Europa to really give us her instant reaction to it. I think that would be the best idea ever.
Camera, and no one can say anything because talking point. So good for Carrie to deny that, because you actually do not have a right to your own state. That's just made up. You've just been saying it and brainwashing people to believe that that's a thing. You couldn't just get a bunch of Scientologists to get up and say, oh, well, why can't Scientologists have their own state? Why can't we just take over all of America? It's not a thing. It's actually not a thing, because Judaism is a faith, and you do not just get the right to take what has never been yours and which you've never proven is yours. In fact, the exact opposite. What you've proven is that you're from Turkey somewhere, and then you just deleted your books because you're constantly reprinting history. And that's the true reason that you hate the Catholic Church. Because the Catholic Church remembers America was a young country. You came in here, you controlled the textbooks that were being written, like Robert Maxwell, put us all through effectively a brainwashing program at the public schools, throughout the public school system, and taught us nothing about history, just Holocaust, Hollywood Holocaust.
True.
Hollywood spin on the Holocaust. Let's not talk about what the Bolsheviks did, because we're the descendants of them in the Middle East, and we're just going to now give ourselves names that sound Hebrew, and we're going to learn Hebrew, as you did, and no one can ask any further questions. Well, we have further questions now. Our people are waking up. They're learning true history. You can only twist the fabric of reality for so long before it snaps back. And it seems to be snapping back for you guys pretty aggressively at this moment. And so what they did, because Carrie said, yeah, no, you just can't mass murder kids, and I don't care how you try to spin it, it doesn't work for me. What they did was they went ahead and they fired her because, they have no power. They're powerless. They've been powerless since the Holocaust. But then say Christ is king, or say, no, I don't worship Israel. And you're going to find out real quick how much power they have as they try to smear you, impact how much money you can make, and get you kicked out for being principled and having actually, biblical morals fashioned by the Bible. Thou shalt not kill, which I think true Jews would be like, yeah, that's right. So yeah, I think it's a good thing that Carrie got fired. A Star is Born. Carrie Prejean Butler got fired, and it was announced on X after Zionists demanded she be removed. The opposite thing will now happen. She'll be bigger than ever, and people will abandon principles of you need to worship Israel, leave those churches, which in large part were like the Calvary Chapel Church started by the CIA, and find true faith. Here is how Dan Patrick announced it on X, by the way. Carrie Prejean Butler has been removed from President Trump's Religious Liberty Commission. Like, nobody actually cares. It's not 2015. It isn't cool to be MAGA, because that's what it is. Make Israel great again. MAGA's dead. MAGA is in office. We get it. He continues, no member of the commission has the right to hijack a hearing for their own personal and political agenda on any issue. This is clearly without question what happened on Monday in our hearing on anti-Semitism in America. This was my decision. Yeah, no, you're taking a ton of money from Zionists. Can you just own that, Dan? Do something decent, Dan. Own the fact that you, like everybody else, is just outright purchased. You're outright purchased by Israel. The commission has done outstanding work through 5 hearings. 2 more are scheduled. The testimony has been both illuminating and heartbreaking. Under the Biden administration, Americans of all faiths had their religious liberty not only stolen from them, but were often punished for standing up for their faith in education, the military, the private sector, and even the ministry. And so in conclusion, what we're going to do is we're going to punish Carrie Prejean Butler for her faith, being a Catholic and Orthodox. Beware, okay? Beware. Because as we find our footing in America for the very first time, and people learn true history and understand what actually happened and learn what the Bolsheviks did, when people learn what was done to the Romanov family, learn that these people have a bloodlust like you wouldn't believe, and recognize what I said yesterday, those chickens will come home to roost. You stand by evil, you better not be shocked when it comes back to hunt you. And sadly, I wish that Charlie Kirk had listened to me, because I warned him. And he did. He started pivoting, I would say a year. We started a year before he passed. We started talking about the Catholic faith, the issues with Zionism. I have many text messages to that effect.
John.
By then, I think it was too late. You can't go halfway with evil. There's no halfway with Satan. Satan's an orphan. He is selfish.
A shield?
And he will always come to collect.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I would like to say about that. I also want to give you guys a quick update because this was hilarious to me. I got in a few people reached out to me that were a part of the Super Bowl halftime show with Turning Point USA, which I told you is embarrassing for Republicans because now we're just pretending like we have an audience. We're pretending that we are well liked. The party is doing the right. It's falling apart. Obviously, the Republican Party is very clearly falling apart, and they're not acknowledging that reality. And the Super Bowl example was exactly that. Fake it till you make it. We'll pay influencers. We have money. We are now running Hillary Clinton's campaign, and we're too big to fail. Well, that's how you end up with people crying on the ground when Hillary Clinton lost, because they just weren't paying attention to how people all across America felt, the populist movement that was rising. This is happening right now in the Republican Party. So it's now flipped. Zionists have taken over. They're telling them they're too big to fill. They're filling their ears, throwing money at them. And the reality is people aren't with it anymore. But the audacity to just keep up that performance, it's like Hillary Clinton. I've got Jay-Z and I've got Beyonce. The audacity to claim that the Super Bowl, the alternative Super Bowl, was a success. It should upset you. It's such a lie. It's just such an objective lie. And it's not necessary. It's okay to fail and you pivot. Well, here's the reality of how this happens. The person said, first and foremost, this was filmed, which we have already told you, and they've said 2 weeks ago, or weeks leading up to it, in Fayetteville, Georgia. There were actually only 180 people in the audience, and they used camera tricks to make it look like it was really filled. They were just moved around the room to make it look more full. And they had to do about 3 to 5 takes each on every song, except for Gabby. They said she got it done in 2. They had no idea what they were signing up for. The majority of the people didn't even agree once they got there and were told with doing a split halftime show. A lot of them actually liked Bad Bunny. Is it Bad Bunny? Sorry. Yeah, Bad Bunny. I thought I said something else. It was over 2 days of filming, Monday and a Tuesday, and they were kind of shocked that Erica was not present at all for that filming. They did not meet her. They felt like it was very weird. And they also thought that it was going to be a bigger artist because they were told that they were going to contend with the halftime show. And they didn't think that they were going to do that. Like I said, they're kind of, a lot of them were fans of Bad Bunny. And they were certain it was not going to rival that performance. Like I said, songs being played, performances 3 to 5 times, so that they could further direct audiences, which they did, to fist pump and get excited. They told me they were very tired.
That's so crazy. But I 100% believe they did this. I 100% believe that every single part of that like bullshit halftime show was choreographed and they did multiple takes with multiple different angles. This is such a conservative fucking thing to do. Also, another excellent Candace freeze frame. In fact, let me get that. That one's perfect. Look at the lips. We're going to use this one at some point.
Because these were 12-hour days. They were compensated $250 stipend for that. They ran out of food. On the first day, the food that was provided for them was Mediterranean food, which is just objectively hilarious for an all-American halftime show. And the second day, they gave them tacos. So I think Mexico won. There was a holding room in between the takes, and they felt that there was no communication of why they were waiting for hours. Sometimes there were technical problems. They also had the performers themselves were late and they were not told why. They were just kind of in this holding space. And except for Gabby Barrett, they said that she was early and she only needed to do her song twice. So she was the strong exception. They waited the longest for Kid Rock. I don't think that's that surprising. And that the person who was producing this, some guy named Matt, was trying to get them hyped by saying, there's a little birdie that told us that Trump is going to be watching our halftime show.
No.
Like, you got to keep the slaves from revolting energy. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. And obviously, he also said to them that this is going to get more views than the Bad Bunny halftime show. And it's just objectively hilarious when you consider that Trump didn't even watch it. Because remember, this actually broke. It's this picture of Trump, and the Bad Bunny halftime show is in the background. He's at Mar-a-Lago.
Yo!
So I don't know who the little birdie was. Well, that's not true.
Wow.
Turning Point did cover their hotel rooms, but they were placed with a random person. And yeah, they were told, we need you to match Kid Rock's energy. They signed an NDA, but that NDA expired 1 hour after the show. So that's your fake halftime performance. And I'm just telling you what reality is, just so you understand what money can do. It's unbelievable. Again, no shot at the artists that were involved. I like, especially, like I said, I like Lee Bryce's music. I listen to his music out of all of them. And it sounds like Gabby was an extreme professional, but it is what I'm commenting on here. It's just really a commentary of watching conservatives do what Hillary Clinton did.
Well, listen,
and just pretend.
Every single thing the right does is about projection. They tell you what they're doing by accusing other people of doing it. So when the right says they're all paid protesters, that's because they have to pay people on the right to do this shit. When the right says they're all lazy, that's because the right is fucking lazy and doesn't like to leave their house and doesn't like to plan and organize and do all that stuff. Like it's all projection.
And thinking that you can just fake it till you make it if you've got billions. And that's not how it works. So let's take a brief break and we'll get back with some of your comments. All right, you guys, this podcast is sponsored.
All right, that's Candace episode 2, last episode of Candace. You guys hanging in there? Guys, please make sure you mount the like button if you have not already. We are watching one more episode of Candace for tonight. I hope you're all enjoying this Friday Candace Spectacular.
Okay, you guys, I'm sorry that I'm running late today. Just so much that I wanted to cover our last show before we go off air next week, preparing for our limited Erica Kirk series. Now, we had received a large influx of emails.
Wait. Candace is doing a limited Erica Kirk series on top of the everyday Erica Kirk coverage. Candace really does want to get sued, doesn't she? Also, come on. Another great. The Candace thumbnail next week is going to be fucking. Well, I guess she's not. I guess she's off this week because she's doing an Erica Kirk limited series.
Because Baron Coleman had a bit of a viral episode regarding a seemingly weird relationship that Erica had with a then 15-year-old girl named Jillian. Erica was 25 years old at the time, and they developed a relationship that some people believe amounted to a type of grooming. Now, Baron Coleman was very clear. He gave specific instructions to his viewers not to reach out to Jillian, who is now an adult, about the situation. And I, for some reason, was unable to follow these simple instructions. I reached out to her immediately. I don't know what's wrong with me. But I had a great chat with her about her dynamic with Erica. So welcome back to Candace. Okay, shout out to Nimi Skincare for sponsoring today's episode. It's the only skincare brand that I've actually stayed consistent with and what my routine is built around. Winter is when skin really takes a beating. Working title, Fatal Attraction. I'm kidding. Kirk's episode before we take a week off air, pulling things together for our Erica Kirk biographical series. Working title, Fatal Attraction. I'm kidding. Maybe I'm kidding. We don't know. Speaking of a fatal attraction, something that has been doing the rounds on social media, thanks to, first and foremost, a YouTuber by the name of Nicey. So full credit to Nicey. And then, of course, Baron Coleman picked it up. I love it. We're all just pooling information. And here we are. Is regarding this relationship that Erica had over, it looks like social media. A lot of it played out over social media. And I'm just going to actually cut to Nicey here, who's going to unpack it for you and to give you a little bit of background. It's 2013, and therefore Erica has just completed her year as Miss Arizona, and she's 25 years old at the time, Erica is. And now you're going to learn how she met Jillian. Take a listen.
Back in 2013, Erica was 25 years old and she was in a relationship with a basketball player named Joshua Harrelson. So at the time, he was living in Michigan and Erica moved out there to be with him. On the evening of September 15th, 2013, Joshua Harrelson and Erica met a 15-year-old girl named Jillian Falcon.
Oh,
and I know this because Jillian tweeted about it. At 3:53 p.m., Jillian tweeted that she was out for sushi with her friend, and 2 hours later, she tweeted, "Just met Miss Arizona and Josh Harrelson, heart eyes emoji." Now, I'm not sure if Jillian coincidentally bumped into Erica and Joshua or if they were introduced. What I do know is that Jillian had a friend, and the friend's grandparents were renting a home to Erica in Michigan. So I'm not entirely sure if all of these people just bumped into each other coincidentally at the sushi restaurant or if they were formally introduced. But nonetheless, they met, and Erica struck up what I view as a very odd relationship with the 15-year-old girl named Jillian.
So I can help clarify. I can build on that. Like I said, I spoke with Jillian, and that information, part of that information is very accurate. It was about a payment for rent, and that is how Jillian meets Erica Kirk. She opens the door. She's presumably living with or visiting her boyfriend at the time, and she sees Erica Kirk and she thinks, oh my gosh, this girl, 25-year-old girl, is so beautiful. And Erica is extremely kind to her, and they start speaking. And somehow, and Jillian does not recall how this transpired, somehow during this rent arrangement, Erica and her exchange numbers. Okay. So what happens next is they begin messaging each other, a texting relationship, and across social media, making comments on each other, one another's posts. And in the beginning, it seems fine enough, I guess. The conversation is...
Of course, this is going to go to... Is she going to accuse Erica Kirk of being a pedophile that had a lesbian relationship with a 15-year-old girl? Is that where this is going?
Polite, maybe something that you might expect to see between someone who has some level of notoriety or fame and one of their fans over social media, but then it picks up, just as Nicey indicates. It picks up, and I am going to allow you to listen to her explain what then transpires. And I would also, again, like to reinforce the fact that this girl, Jillian, is 15 years old and Erica is 25. It's worth mentioning that at this point in her biography, Erica is also working with sex trafficking charities. This is that year where she says that she got involved with a sex trafficking charity over in China. I'll have more for you on that next week, but take it away, Nicey.
On February 13th, 2014, Jillian replied to one of Erica's tweets by saying, "At Erica Francevy, gorgeous as always." A few hours later, she then tweeted, "Why did at Erica Francevy just send me this?" Laughing emojis. And there is a photo which says, "This Valentine's Day, I am going to touch your butt." Jillian posted this tweet on March 6, 2014. So Erica says, "Let me call you. Hold on, sweetheart. Give me a sex." Wow. And then Jillian says, "Okay," and puts laughing emojis. Erica then says, "Sex too, but not from you, LOL. Holy shit," laughing emoji. "You always make me laugh. I don't bat for the other team just yet." On March 13th, 2014, Jillian shared another screenshot of her text messages with Erica. Erica says, "I forgot to tell you, hydrate tonight. No alcohol, and don't eat a lot of salty foods. You don't want to look bloated." Jillian then responds, "Thank you." Erica says, "No alcohol. Really, Erica? Age recognition, you twat waffle. Apparently, I haven't had my coffee yet." What the hell, Erica? Laughing emoji. Well, on that bite, ... Note, damn you, Siri. Come on, hashtag the struggle. What are you trying to say, laughing emoji? Spit it out, you twat waffle. On the morning of March 26, 2014, Jillian tweeted, "I just want to be somebody's woman crush Wednesday. Is that too much to ask?" That evening, she then tweets, "Thank you at Erica Francevy for making my whole week." And she shares this photo, and the photo is of a gnome, and it says, "I want to be inside your lady garden." Gnome saying, on April 3rd, 2014, Jillian tweeted this picture and said, I miss this goon. A few minutes later, she tweeted, did Erica just text me #no new friends? Oh my fucking God, I can't. A few days later, on April 5th, 2014, Jillian posted this tweet, getting this in the mail from Erica Francvi. And in the photo is a red box of chocolate-covered strawberries and other chocolate desserts. And the card in the photo says this, Happy Sweet 16, beautiful girl. Keep strong in faith and know that you're loved. But most of all, never forget that you are perfect and amazing just the way you are. I am so proud of you. Today is the first day of another 365-day journey around the sun. Enjoy the trip, boo. Love you, E. On June 7th, 2014, Jillian shared this tweet. This has to be the most heartfelt compliment I've ever gotten. And she attached a screenshot of her conversation with Erica. So Jillian says, thank you. Erica says, you have the most stunning features. Jillian says, best compliment ever. Erica says, your eyes, your lips, your skin, you're absolutely beautiful. Jillian responds with the crying emoji, you're making me cry. In February of 2014, Jillian went on a family trip to Puerto Rico and Erica was liking and commenting on her Instagram posts. So Jillian posted this photo of the beach and Erica says, unreal gorgeous. And then Jillian responds, this is by far my favorite picture I took. My mom wants to get it blown up at Erica Francvi. Erica responds, I could see why, boo. Jillian responds, so perfect at Erica Francvi. Erica then responds, ... yes, I know you are.
Wow.
I'm just going to follow that with a little bit of silence. I just want us to all contemplate it. Let's actually contemplate it for the people who are going to try to explain it. The Erica explainers who are going to be like, that's not weird. No. What? Never been a 25-year-old sending chocolate-covered strawberries to a 15-year-old? That's not weird. You guys are haters.
Yep.
No, what? Oh, come on. You've never, as a 25-year-old, decided to message a 15-year-old about their lips and their skin and how perfect they are. You never decided to message them when they posted a photo of them with a person that's their age.
Listen, Another freeze frame, Candace. Another one. Listen, I fuck around with DMs as much as anyone, and I like seeing what I can get away with. And even I wouldn't be texting that shit to any 15-year-old at all, especially not a girl, because girls are fucking gross. But that's weird. I mean, maybe Erica Kirk really was a lesbian and was a groomer and all that. I don't know, but like those text messages are weird.
And said, no new friends. Almost like territorial, or that's obviously all just a joke or something like that. By the way, just in general, going back to how they met, I'm trying to rationalize in my head, under what scenario, if a 15-year-old, if you open the door and a 15-year-old was there, would you exchange numbers with them? Like, I'm trying to rationalize it. Maybe if they were with their parent and they were like, the parents were like,
I promise you, I am not a closet lesbian because eating pussy scares the ever loving hell out of me. And I would never do it ever, 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 ever. Gross, 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 gross. Would never do it. No, definitely not a closet lesbian.
Job. Like, I don't know if you need like a babysitter. You guys want to go to dinner for a couple of hours, sort of a thing, maybe. But I'd probably take the parents' number. Yeah, I would definitely take the parents' number. I actually can't rationalize that. So I'm throwing that out because sometimes people in the chat can be more creative than me. And they can say, oh, no, it's totally adorable to exchange numbers with the 15-year-olds and then kind of have this relationship with them where you're commenting and making lesbian jokes. I don't, swing for the next team yet. Is that appropriate to say to a 15-year-old when you're 25? Come on, where are my Erica explainers in the chat? I want to hear it. It's a time to be alive. Everyone's explaining Jeffrey Epstein and all of his friends. Go ahead, go for it. I think it's fine. Go ahead. I want to hear it. There's so much that disturbs me about that. But again, when I first was going, everything is wrong here. That's my natural intuition. I didn't want to then extrapolate and jump to conclusions until I spoke with Jillian. On the off chance that maybe it is my personal senses, having learned everything about Erica's background, maybe my personal senses about Erica might be clouding my judgment. Maybe there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for that sort of relationship. Maybe she really is just such an amazing person by the time she's 25 years old. Such a strong and faithful Christian that she wants a 15-year-old to feel sexy or something. And I also want to note that this particular 15-year-old at this time, what we know based off of Jillian's tweets is that she doesn't have a father in her life. Okay. She tweeted this in June of 2014. I haven't seen my dad over 2 years. Okay. The reason why I want to point that out is because Charlie Kirk and I did a lot on the road discussing father absence and how these teenagers and children are instantly more vulnerable to tons of things, getting involved in the wrong networks, criminal activity. You need a father in the home. So I just find it interesting that it's a good fact to know about this girl at this time. Maybe her father's in her life since. I don't know. I didn't ask her. But I told you I called her. I instantly reached out because sometimes I just can't follow instructions the right way. And I asked her about how she felt about it 10 years removed from a situation. And she responded exactly how you might expect. She said at the time, as a 15-year-old, she was blown away by this amazingly beautiful, older, semi-famous person that was giving her all of this attention. And for clarity, I am completely empathetic to that position and experience as a younger girl, obviously. I correlated to how I felt. I think I've told you guys in the past about Christina Aguilera when she first dropped. And then I was obsessed with her when I was 13, 14 years old. My mom put me on punishment because I was so obsessed with Christina Aguilera. Christina Aguilera, at that point in my life, maybe if my mom had not punished me for idolatry, but at that point in my life, I'm racing home to watch TRL because I got to make sure she's number one. If Christina Aguilera had then given me tons of attention, I'd be like, oh, I can't even believe this. Christina Aguilera is giving me attention. She probably could have manipulated me into a lot of things because my brain would not have been developed. This is normal tween to early teen emotions and passion. And it's precisely, if you track my work, what has always been my biggest gripe with Taylor Swift, even though I like her music, it's because I find that she harnesses the power of that tween emotion to get business deals done. Yet she's 36. Anyway, I digress. That's the point of that. We know that they're reactive, they're emotional, and her fans will kill somebody if they have to, right?
Okay.
But hindsight is 20/20, as we always say. And Jillian today is now 27 years old, and she fully appreciates how absolutely weird this was and how absolutely weird it is. And she's going back and she is wondering, what exactly was this all about? What exactly was Erica harnessing her teenage emotion for? Why is she continually telling her that she's beautiful, that she has perfect lips? Why is this 25-year-old who's not even from Michigan interested in this dialogue with her? And something she points out is, I was with my friend when I met her, but she never had this relationship with Cheyenne. Cheyenne is mentioned elsewhere in that video. Why was it particularly Jillian that she was interested in? And curiously, get this, she tells me that she and Erica actually never hung out in person beyond that first meeting. So this was purely meant to be a platonic relationship where Erica said stuff even like this to her on Instagram. Jillian, that dime piece beside the car, though, she's referring to Jillian, just so we're clear, she's referring to Jillian beside a car as a dime piece. Again, if this was two 15-year-olds speaking to each other, I'd be like, that's totally fine. I actually tend to agree with Nice's assessment elsewhere in the video. Just put in your mind, this is a 25-year-old man referring to a 15-year-old girl. What would happen?
Yeah, it's a fair point.
What would you be thinking?
That is a fair point.
Erica did not actually hang out with her beyond that. So what exactly was her stated goal? Well, I can at least tell you what that last weird text exchange was about, the one where Erica tells her not to drink and to suck her stomach in tonight, wherever they're going tonight. People assume that they had gone somewhere together, but no, that exchange is actually in reference to Erica then having sent this 15-year-old to have photos taken. Insane. She sent this 15-year-old to have photos taken. She's helping her because she's just so beautiful, get into maybe some modeling. That's at least how she presented it to her. So after telling her how beautiful and perfect her lips were, she then sets her up with a photographer, a friend of Erica's. Erica, she says, arranged the entire thing. This person she had only met once, then after—
That's weird.
What maybe love bombing her, you describe it, then sends her to meet up with this male photographer. And Jillian said that this photographer was kind of creepy. She's trying to remember his name. She says she remembers it began with an R and he was kind of shorter. chubbier. And yeah, I'd say, yeah, Jillian, that's pretty creepy. Any photographer who is taking photos of a 15-year-old without their parents' consent is a creep. Find me this. I am looking to find and discover who this person was. And I would also similarly say that any person who is arranging for photographs to be taken of a 15-year-old girl without explicit permission from that person's mother is a total creep. So Erica, having done this, is completely and utterly creepy. It's creepy. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I will not allow people to say that it makes sense in some context. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. I asked, did she speak to your mother? She said, no, she never spoke to my mother. This was happening on the phone. Her mom's probably thinking she's just on Instagram speaking to whoever, and she's not even considering that this is happening. So what does all of this sound like? It sounds to me like every parent's worst nightmare. Your kid has a phone, they get social media accounts, they're making friends over the internet, and the next thing you know, you find out that there's a man at night, if Erica's message is to be believed, who's taking photos of them. So I'll ask the question, the obvious question here. How much smoke before we are allowed to confirm that it seems there may be a fire?
That's good
Because
question.
everything in Erica Kirk's story, which we will more thoroughly present to you in the weeks to come, has proximity to child trafficking scandals and proximity to charities and involvement with charities that had trafficking scandals and abuse scandals, sometimes literal proximity, by the way. Like, I think I've mentioned this, Turning Point USA's headquarters, incredibly, maybe I haven't mentioned it.
Oh, no.
They're almost directly across the street from the #1 human and child sex trafficking location in Arizona, a place called Arizona Mills. If you're
So Candace is not only accusing Erica Kirk of being a groomer, lesbian, child sex trafficker, pedophile, but she's also accusing Turning Point USA of trafficking children. Candace is going to get sued into the fucking Stone Age. Holy shit. Hey, more entertainment for us. I'm a fan. Keep going, Candace.
in Arizona, everyone goes, oh yeah, I know what that is. Yeah, everybody knows about Arizona Mills. Who picked this location for a student activist organization? Who was the real estate agent on that deal? I feel like when a good real estate agent comes around, you're like, oh, is this a good spot? And they'd say, you know what? You don't want to be close to Arizona Mills. It's not a great spot for a student activist organization. Was Erica the real estate agent?
Oh,
and actually,
my
I do know
God.
who handpicked it. I was around for that. It was Tyler Boyer. He's like a proud fifth generation, I think he says, Arizonan. He grew up in its backyard, right? Chandler, Gilbert area. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that he was familiar with the reputation of Arizona Mills. Tracy Martin, Erica's best friend, she's also has been involved in charity work for trafficking victims via Dream City Church, which we mentioned to you. And that actually makes sense because Dream City Church runs Phoenix Dream Center. Phoenix Dream Center, according to their website, is a center that provides residential rehabilitation, shelter, and care for victims of human trafficking. Wow, everyone is so amazing. So amazing.
No.
They just can't get enough of trying to help these trafficking victims. It says that they provide affordable housing for men and women that are in transition after having been trafficked. They give them food, they give them clothing. Nothing to see there because it's a charity. You can't question a charity. Turning Point USA is a charity. You can't question a charity. Stacey Sheridan, who has been playing the role of Erica Kirk's mother, we recently discovered worked under Jeffrey Epstein's friend, Kenneth Starr.
Oh, no.
At Pepperdine University. By the way, I can't find a trace of her actually at Pepperdine University, aside from her resume where she says she worked there for 8 years, but in Kenneth Starr's office. But the point is that for almost a decade, she worked for Kenneth Starr at the exact same time that he was working with Jeffrey Epstein.
Mm.
Okay. But Stacey Sheridan is not Erica's real mom. Lori is Erica's real mother. We had mentioned to you this desert spirit tech company that she was running. Lori was running on a Native American reservation. And boy, were we hit with a lot of emails about, you guessed it, high instances of children and girls being trafficked off of that specific reservation where the office is not located because somebody went and they said this address does not exist. But all of that, by the way, we'll get into in the weeks to come. In the short term, we can confirm that this just must be all one unfortunate coincidence, right? All of it. You are a monster, by the way, for even noticing this. For even noticing this theme. You are a monster for wondering if Charlie also began to notice this theme in the end, because what exactly happened the night before he died? Why was Erica being so weird about providing a sensible alibi for her whereabouts on September 8th? Why did nobody see her when somebody else believes they did see her at Fort Huachuca? Speaking of September 8th, by the way, it's also an important date to flag. I think it's a little weird, but it's a fact that Erica chose that date in particular to break her years-long Twitter silence. Did you know this? Erica had not authored a tweet since 2023. Right? She had retweeted a couple of things. Who knows if somebody did it for her, but she herself had not authored a tweet. Suddenly, 48 hours before Charlie's death on September 8th at 10:49 a.m. Arizona time, she decides to break that silence with this tweet, scripture, Ephesians 2:8. For by grace you have been saved through faith, and this is not your own doing. It is the gift of God, not a result of work, so that no one may boast. Okay? And suddenly she then was on a roll. She then tweeted again on September 9th. 9:44 a.m. local time, she tweeted, "Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that takes refuge in him." And then again, on the day that Charlie is assassinated at 9:45 a.m. Arizona time, which is an hour and a half, okay, an hour and a half before he's killed, Erica tweets, "God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble."
Yep,
People ran like, wow, I can't believe this. This godly woman happened to have tweeted this right before her husband got assassinated. Like I said, you're a monster for noticing. If you're thinking that like, no, she just really did suddenly want to break her Twitter silence. And she's very, as we can see, she is committed to the Lord. Every sentence that comes out is about God. So how could you question it, right? Anyway, before we go off air for next week, I want to be thorough and again put out an APB for certain information. So a couple of things before we get into what we're looking for at more tips at CandaceOwens.com. The reason Jillian is speaking to me is because she's asking people to stop messaging her. She doesn't want all these people messaging her. She's like, I'm already in communication with you. We're trying to figure things out. We're trying to figure out who this photographer was that took photographs of her. We're on it. We're on the case. So you guys no longer have to slide in her DMs or hunt her down. I am fully on this and we'll have more information for you. I suspect in the coming week. And now pertaining to what we're looking for, please email more tips at CandaceOwens.com. Again, guys, we're a very small team. So I appreciate the emails about, have you seen this? Have you watched that? I would just, please don't send those. Like just tag us on TikTok, tag us in something that you want us to see. Do not clutter our inbox with please watch this or random things. We really want to use this to get information or answers to questions that we're asking on this show. And here are the questions that we are still looking for answers to. 1, who was it that Erica knew that was at the Batman, Colorado mass shooting? That theater, remember, that happened when the Batman movie came out in Colorado. Erica tweeted and said that she knew somebody that was in that theater. Does anybody know who that is? Has anybody heard any more? Is there an interview out there where she discusses that further? I would like to know more about that information. Secondly, does anybody know or remember Erica Franzwe from Ohio? In doing her biography, it's almost
we got Lars over on Rumble says TPUSA is Epstein Island now. I would say send the meteor, but space is fake too. Yep, exactly. Yep. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it.
So she suddenly just appears in her high school years in Arizona. The backstory is that she's from Ohio until she gets into high school. Who attended middle school with Erica in Ohio? If that's you, we want to hear from you. More tips at CandaceOwens.com. Did you attend elementary school with Erica? If that's you, We would like to hear from you. You guys in Cincinnati, Ohio,
Wow.
please check your yearbooks. Maybe you didn't know that it was her because it's a long time ago. Please email us. Also, does anybody remember her at Loyola Marymount? This is also the same school that Stacey Sheridan went to. And people who went in that same year as her say, I don't remember her. We have not had a single person that has come out and said that they remember her, despite the fact that she is mentioned in a program. I'm looking for somebody who says, yeah, I took a class with her. She was a full adult by then. You would remember this. Oh, I went out with her.
We got another super chat over on Rumble from Woodsy. The question is, what is the root of Candace's obsession with Erica? I think it's just I think it's just because Candace is getting a lot of attention, honestly. I think this is about attention and money. And then Erica really pissed her off. And so then Candace had a narcissistic injury. I really think it's that simple. I could be wrong. There could be something else between them, but I really think this is just Candace's narcissism, which I do really believe she has the disorder. I'm not saying Candace is a narcissist, like, yeah, she's a narcissist. Like, I'm not saying that. I actually do believe she has the disorder. And so people who have narcissistic personality disorder, we can expect them to behave in certain ways. We know they're going to be seeking constant attention. We know they're going to be seeking as much money as possible. This has made Candace a lot of money and gotten her a lot of fucking attention. But also, Erica has publicly come out against Candace, which is going to give Candace a narcissistic injury, which is going to make her snap and is going to make her go at Erica even all that much harder. That's what I think. Now, could there be something more? Yeah, maybe. But I really think that could be all it is.
For something. I don't know. If you attended school with her at Loyola Marymount, we would like to hear from you. And again, we will ask for more information just to dot our I's and to cross our T's, even though I think we have the information we need. If you have any information pertaining to Erica Kirk's whereabouts on September 8th, when she broke her Twitter silence, the 9th, or on the 10th, when Charlie was assassinated, because the story goes, Turning Point employees were told that she got the news when she was with her mom, and then she drove herself back home. Thus far, nobody where they live remembers seeing Erica, but she apparently met Stacey Sheridan and a couple other people, and then they went to the airport together. So it's a pretty big assassination. The entire world would have been looking out for her in that moment, especially people who knew who Charlie Kirk was. These neighbors said they knew him, they knew his wife, they knew his kids. And thus far, nobody remembers seeing Erica Kirk on the 10th. Maybe you work at the airport and you saw her board. That would make sense. Yes, happened to work at the terminal.
Crazy.
And I saw them all run in looking frantic in Scottsdale. I would like to try to confirm that story on September 10th. Anyway, we will pause there and we will be right back after the break.
No ads, Candace. No ads.
Geography is not my greatest strength, but putting together puzzles and recognizing anomalies I've always been very good at. And I right away said that way too many dudes are wearing maroon shirts, and common sense, if you're going to organize any military operation, which I believe September 10th was obviously a military operation, to those of us who are sensible, you're going to need to know who your guys are. So yeah, you're going to have certain people wearing certain colors, certain hats.
It could also be, you might be right about this. It could also be that Candace got a narcissistic injury from Turning Point USA because they stopped inviting her and Charlie was the only one advocating for her. And so that took it away. So you could be right. It could be both the thing from TPUSA and also from Erica. But she probably conflates the two, honestly. Like, she's just like rampaging against anyone that goes against her.
And they were like, this is crazy. No, this many men really like maroon.
Thanks, Naruto. Appreciate the super chat. Do you think Erica Kirk could be a narcissist? Something feels off about her. I don't know what the fuck her deal is, man. I mean, I think that Amalek is right when he says that she's a pageant girl, and that is a lot of the problem, is that she's a pageant girl. Could there be more there? I mean, maybe, but I don't have enough data to be able to say that. With Candace, I feel like I do have enough data. With Erica Kirk, I don't feel like I can responsibly say that, honestly.
And I was like, I feel like there's a color of the day here, and everyone who's wearing maroon is involved. Well, guess what? The Epstein docs dropped, and there was a mention of military colors of the day. A TikToker went viral discussing it. Take a listen.
if you don't know, during the Charlie Kirk assassination, there was a significant number of young men wearing maroon shirts. Originally, Candace Owens was the first person to point this out, and everybody called her crazy. However, I found proof that she was right. So after she made this claim, a lot of people called her crazy, but then there was also a good amount of people from the military that were saying that's absolutely a thing that the military does during secret operations in public areas. They choose a color of the day. So I started thinking, right? I was like, what if I searched in the DOJ files the term color of the day?
Hey, Amalek, is this a convincing argument to you? Are you now, Amalek is going to convert to the maroon shirt theory by the end of the stream.
And what do you know? I find 40 results of different FBI briefings talking about a color of the day, and every single one is unredacted. You can see what the color of the day was for that day for whatever military.
Candace's source, random people on TikTok.
Operation was going on. Now, most of the details for the military operation is redacted. However, on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination, the morning of, before his death, they established a color of the day for a sit rep, which is just a military situation report. And the color of the day is redacted. Out of 40 different files mentioning a color of the day for secret operations, the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination is the only one that has a color of the day redacted.
Like I said, I'm just out here doing common sense. I noticed also, by the way, it wasn't just maroon. I felt like they were organizing by battalion. Some people were all like wearing white hats. Some people were wearing their socks in a certain way where I was like, never seen this many people wear their socks this high before. And if I'm a person who likes to organize her pantry, my pantry in my kitchen is a high point for me. Every day I go in there, it's so organized. I organize my seasonings. Okay. I had to buy a label, like a label maker, so I could organize my seasonings. Okay, for those of us who are that in the weeds on organization, thinking about how you might organize a military operation, that seemed pretty obvious. I just recognize organization, even when it's supposed to look like chaos, it's got to be.
Candace thinks that organizing a military operation is the same as organizing your seasonings in the kitchen. Okay.
Be organized, and that's what was going down on that day. And I have a folder of I like call them like the white hats, so this and that was happening on that day. Very obvious. Now, who knows? He said he's going through the DOJ files. Who knows if that particular reference was pertaining? It could be pertaining to any number of military operations on the 10th, and they could be covering it because there was maybe another FBI operation and military operation that was taking place. I don't know, in Canada or overseas, whatever it is.
You know how I organize my spaghetti squash seasonings in the kitchen? Is one side of my stove, I have all of the Italian seasonings, like the Italian seasoning, the oregano, the basil, just the generic Italian seasoning ones, the Italian seasoning with lemon, also garlic salt, also onion salt, also garlic powder. That's all in one area on the stove. On the other area are the seasonings that I use for meat. So things that are more peppery and more bold and things like that. So do I know how to organize a military operation? I put the fucking Italian seasonings on one side of the stove. I put the meat seasonings on the other fucking side of the stove. Some seasonings are kind of in the middle, like the garlic salt really goes on everything. Like you can never have too much garlic salt on anything. So you put that one right in the middle because it could go with either fucking side. Is that it? Can I be a general in the military now? Well, but, the thing about seasonings is they come with fucking labels. Like, fun fact, have you ever been to the store? You can buy seasonings in little canisters that are about this big that they all have labels already. So you don't even have to label them. You just have to put the Italian seasonings on one fucking side, the meat seasonings on the other fucking side, the garlic salt in the fucking middle. That's all you need to do. Problem solved. General status achieved.
and people might notice that a lot of people wore green. And so maybe that's the reason they're blocking it out. I don't know. What I do know is maroon, the Maroon boys were somehow involved. That seems pretty obvious to me, that there was some coordination happening. Also, they were all alone, which was weird. Like, also, whoever wore maroon wanted to go to this event alone. They had no homies with them. So yeah, anyways, moving on. After yesterday's episode regarding Photogate, Turning Point issued a statement about how the wedding photo, which was curiously there when Charlie was hosting his last show and then was suddenly removed when Erica was speaking to Glenn Beck in December, they obviously were, they're always panicked and then they issue a dumb statement. That's kind of their move. They never take a deep breath and think about whether what they're going to say makes any sense. And the issue was Erica was like, this is my first time that she's on Glenn Beck. The exact sentence I think she says is, I haven't been here in forever. Sorry if I keep looking down. This is a note that he wrote. Okay, how long is forever? It sounds like it's been a long time since you've been in this particular office, and you obviously have not even seen this desk. Anyway, to account for the now missing photo, they went to Newsweek. I think the editor at large is Josh Hammer. They just can't help themselves. They just want to look guilty in everything that they do. This is what they told. This is what they told the Newsweek. A post has gone viral online that appeared to show Erica Kirk having moved or removed a photograph of her and Charlie Kirk at their wedding. Well, a Turning Point USA spokesperson told Newsweek, Erica moved it to a lower shelf when her daughter asked to see it so that she could hold and look at the photo. It's still on the studio shelf. It's just lower down where her daughter can look at it whenever she's in there with her mom. Aww.
Oh no.
There's just always so much obvious emotional manipulation. I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like they should have went with the Andrew Colvett went rogue excuse. I think it's stronger. I like that. It's my favorite one. I said to go with Andrew Colvett went rogue. I love him being rogue. It's more believable. It certainly is more believable that Andrew Colvett went rogue. Because I'm feeling now like I got to start like justice for Gigi. They keep dragging this poor toddler into every possible alibi regarding Erica Kirk. And I'm just not going to stand for this much longer. Okay. We're out here treating Gigi like Puerto Rican moms treat their daughters. Okay. Latinos, you know what I'm talking about. Their sons can do no wrong. Mi rey. The daughters, they do a lot of wrong. That's how I'm feeling like Gigi's getting some treatment here, but I'm not cool with. She's always in the alibi. No. Remember, Gigi kicked Charlie out of the bed the night before because she was doing gymnastics. Gigi wanted to move that photo to eye level, so they had to move it. Gigi wanted to go for a walk, so Erica couldn't have been at some fort in Huachuca because she was with Gigi. Leave Gigi alone. Obviously, that did not happen because it makes no sense to bring a photo to ground level in a studio that is not occupied by the toddler. Is this her first time seeing the photo? If she wanted the photo, if she was like, I want to hug the photo, you would just give it to her. You would just allow her to take it. This is your home studio. You would say, yeah, take it out of the office because it's no longer serving us. It's not in the background. Take it out of the office and put it in your room. You can have it. It's not serving anyone. It's supposed to be design. Why would, that's my granddad behind me. That's a photo of my granddad. Why would, if Lulu, who is 3, came in here and was like, I want that photo, why would I be like, okay, puts it on the floor where my daughter should not be because it's a studio. This is not a playroom. It's just, stop. Please just stop. I want Turning Point USA to, for once in their lives, do the right thing and pay me a monthly retainer to consult them on PR. Just say,
oh my fucking God. Are you shitting me? Are you fucking serious? Candace is 100% a narcissist. Like the gall of this woman, like honest to God, she has been doing this for months and months and months. And then this woman has the fucking gall to say Turning Point USA should really be paying me. Again, Candace, please. Let's turn on. That's another great freeze. Actually, hang on. Okay. Again.
Lulu, who is 3, came in here and was like, I want that photo. Why would I be like, okay, puts it on the floor where my daughter should not be because it's a studio and this is not a playroom. Stop. Please just stop. I want Turning Point USA to, for once in their lives, do the right thing and pay me a monthly retainer to consult them on PR.
Oh,
just
God.
Say no.
Oh,
Nope. Because I would have said to them, I said, look, here's what you're going to do. Blame the housekeepers. Blame the unknown housekeepers. You're rich. You've got money. A lot of money. We're talking billions from Pierre type money. Just blame the housekeeper, Erica. What? We didn't even notice that. We just had someone in to clean. I am going to fire the housekeeper.
Wow. Cynthia, thanks so much for the super chat. Maroon, the military, there are 5 war fighters in a squad. I think Maroon 5 is a secret team who's in on this. You thought, yeah. Yeah, this is on the level of when James Lindsay said, what do you do in the morning? You break fast. What else has morning in it? Morning Star. Therefore, what the fuck did James say about Lucifer and breakfast? I don't even it was like Lucifer's nickname is the Morning Star. What meal do you eat in the morning? Breakfast. It was like some fucking stupid thing like that. Does anyone remember what the fuck did James say about the Morning Star? It's the same thing. I forget. Oh yeah, you wake up. What do you do? What do you do in the morning? You wake up. Wake up. Woke, get it? That's it. You are woke, you wake up. Yep, that's it. Yep, okay, we're back. Batty Girl Rachel, this one looks like the girl screaming at the cat meme. It does. Thanks so much for the super chat.
We're done. Nope, nobody pays me. Nobody pays me the big bucks. And even though they are lying about Gigi, we can now debunk my earlier suspicion that Charlie himself moved the photo because he did not. It is likely that he could not have moved the photo himself. And the reason that they're lying is because they want to protect a person that is truly amazing. A person who is so terrific, who is so spectacular that we dare not even say his name without an adjective. He is he who must not be named without an adjective. You know who I'm referring to. Because oddly, despite the fact that this is Charlie's home studio, in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination, before Erica got in there, Mikey began doing media hits from it. What's he doing at the house? Nobody knows. What does he do for Charlie? Nobody knows. How did he become chief of staff? Nobody knows. So, anyway, one of our mommy sleuths did find Mikey McCoy, the marvelous Mikey, on November 8th, giving an interview to Real America's Voice. And you can see in the corner, there is no photo. Okay, there's no photo. So it was already moved. So if Erica was really seeing the notes on his desk for the first time in December because she hadn't been in the office in quote unquote forever, as she told Glenn Beck, the marvelous McCoy could not relate. He's been there. He's been sitting at Charlie's desk. But then on top of that, and here's where we get to debunk the idea that Charlie moved the photo, they were hard launching Mikey. Remember, I told you that. Mikey was like slated to take over for Charlie. And they were doing it very hard and very quickly after Charlie's assassination. So hard and so quickly that another sleuth found him on September 22nd, seated in Charlie's chair at home. Now, this is just 11 days after Charlie's assassination. And it also happens to be the same date that Erica was on that Zoom call telling the employees to button it up, get back to work. There's merch sales, there's hat sales. It's what Charlie would want. Charlie is dancing in heaven, but only if you're at work, working hard. You better work. If you want Charlie to dance in heaven, when she was given that whole sermon on that exact day, Mikey, the Amazing, shared a similar message with Martha McCallum on Fox News. And you can see just at the end of that, this little screenshot that Mikey, you see the photos in the background. So I think Mikey got ahead of himself. Mikey the Amazing. Mikey the Marvelous got a little ahead of himself, and it was like messing up his vibe, and he moved it. That's probably what happened.
Yeah,
he's
probably,
like, I can't really vibe out with Charlie's. He probably even put up his own photo, and they said, nah, too hard, too aggressive, too soon.
Oh my God.
Anyway, we're only interested. There are so many red flags in this story. We don't need to pursue ones that potentially are not. And okay. Mikey, I'm starting to like him, I think. I've been saying when you start using adjectives to describe someone, the psyop works. I don't let anybody say anything bad about Mikey the Amazing, Mikey the Wonderful, Mikey the Spectacular. I stand the Amazing Mikey McCoy. The question now is whether or not they're going to keep gaslighting us and lying to us about Charlie and Erica. I still feel very strongly they had a fight on the 9th. And also I feel strongly that they probably will keep gaslighting us, at least if the Epstein file situation is any indication, because we have been so aggressively gaslit over the last 6 months that sometimes we forget how audacious and how absurd and how positively traumatizing the manner in which our government just routinely lies to us actually is.
Yep.
Regarding the Epstein files, we should probably be in the streets revolting. We're probably due for like a revolution or something. It's so bad that Republicans are sharing Democratic tips. It's actually kind of bringing us together because I think we all just hate the elites so much. And the quote unquote elites, really the occult and the ball worshipers. And I'm clearly not a Democrat. I'm actually not even a Republican. I retired from politics the day they took out Charlie Kirk and lied to us about it. But this Democratic representative, Jared Moskowitz, did a really good job recapping exactly what the Trump administration put us through with the Epstein files, gaslighting his own supporters after insisting that day one, they were going to give us access. They were going to tell us the truth. They were going to be the most transparent administration ever, holding up the binders. Take it away, Jared Moskowitz.
It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part one of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk, and a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress, every member of the House except one, and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God.
Wow!
Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room, that Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public. And in 2012, we find out that he and his family are on Epstein Island after Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me. And because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find it offensive. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the Bernberg. I want it from the Bernberg, which is the best one. What you got?
That's all she had to say to him. Shame.
That's
shame.
Crazy.
Shame on you for telling the truth about what we have put the public through, what we have put out.
Guys, the craziest part of this entire thing, another great Candace freeze frame. The craziest part of this entire thing is that Candace Owens is actually a more competent researcher than Pam Bondi is as Attorney General. Can we all just agree on that? Candace has moments of being able to find nitpicky details about things. So she actually has more competence in what she's doing than Pam Bondi has as Attorney General. Just think about that one. Let that stew.
Our supporters through the people that believed in us, who wanted to get to the answers, who, took us to this line because we wanted to see how power works. And instead, we're protecting people that are in the.
In fact, some might argue that Candace would actually make a more effective Attorney General than Pam Bondi, because at least Candace isn't afraid to go after people that need to be in fucking prison. Candace might be wrong in many things that she says. Candace might be a narcissist. Candace might be out of her fucking mind. Candace might be about to get sued into high heaven by Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk, along with the lawsuit she's already facing from the French fucking president. All those things might be true. And it also might be true that Candace might actually be a better candidate for Attorney General than Pam Bondi. 1 in the chat if you think I'm onto something. 2 in the chat if you think that that's a crazy idea.
Files, Howard Lutnick's practically running Trump's administration. Bibi Netanyahu, Howard Lutnick's all over the world with Jared Kushner. He's just been protecting his homies. And she's got shame on you because you didn't. He did not mock the Bible in any way. That's what she's got. And she's got a little bit more too, by the way, because I guess she thought this was going to work. And I actually appreciate this next response from Pam Bondi, her perspective on it, because I think it's honest. I appreciate it because it's honest. Take a listen.
They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
I love Donald
and
Trump.
None of them ask Merrick Garland over the last 4 years 1 word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50,000.
I know we watched this the other day, but seeing it again, it just makes it even worse than the first fucking time that we saw this. And literally fuck Trump for standing behind this woman. I never want to hear conservatives talking about meritocracy again. Like literally, anytime any conservative says, we believe in meritocracy, tell them to literally shut the fuck up and say, you assholes backed Pam Bondi. And you thought that she was the very best person to be Attorney General. And so based on that alone, you put a fucking DEI hire as Attorney General. Don't tell me for 1 red second you care about meritocracy. We could have had Matt Gaetz, motherfucker. Thank you for the Rumble rant. Effectual insurrection. I let motherfuckers cook. Psyops and narratives run into each other. Eventually, most psyops are 95% truth. The 5% is designed to shift the belief set and encourage emotional outrage, not critical thinking. Much love, Dr. K. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now.
Just
the S&P at almost
insane.
7,000. and the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
It's simply amazing. It's as amazing as Mikey McCoy, right? She's just out there like, what? Let them have cake. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Okay. We're guilty. Guilty is charged. Yeah, Epstein's trafficking. It's a whole network. Everyone at the top is kind of a monster. They've been trafficking children, harming children. There's all this Baal worship. We're referring to you guys as Goyim and increasing your taxes, making things more dangerous, stealing from you effectively. Money has gone missing. But have you checked your 401ks?
Mm-hmm.
Guys, gas is down.
Fair point.
10 cents a gallon. Why do you care?
Thank you for the super chat. My brother and his wife replaced rings with tattoos. Yup, some people definitely get tattoos.
If we're harming children on islands, why do you care so much? Are you good? That's what we should be talking about here. Gas. You can get petrol now. And it's like, 10 cents cheaper than it was during the Obama era. What's wrong with you guys? How much more do you need to be distracted so that we can go on worshiping Satan? I just don't understand. Please.
No.
Let's talk about the Dow. Incredible. That's where we're at right now, guys. Up is down. Down is up. Like I said, we are pretty much due for a revolution. I guess the empire, it's supposed to be every 250 years before it crashes and burns. It seems like we're doing that. I recommend you pull your children out of these schools. Very clear that they are everywhere and they are a cult of military. They are dangerous people. You don't want to deal with psychopaths that have this sort of a conscience when you're talking about harming children, that she does not compute why they don't care about Dow. She doesn't even compute it. She's like, what do you mean? What do I mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Yeah, you don't want to hand your kids over to people like that. Anyway, so much more that we will be uncovering, and always interested to see, with that same energy, are they going to continue to gaslight us about Erica Kirk? Are they going to continue to do the thing, refer to her as a widow who's never done anything wrong? Yeah, some purity test. How dare you do this? How dare you destroy the empire of Turning Point USA? It's all Charlie was. It's all he was. He got up every day, and this is what he wanted to build. He was not a person outside of this. How dare you even question the very questionable things? Have you seen gas prices lately? You have questions about Erica Kirk's background? Have you seen the Dow? Have you even opened your 401k?
Nope.
What's wrong with you? You're all monsters.
Really haven't.
Anyway, speaking of Turning Point USA, I got a very funny story about how, as a part of how they wanted to get back at me, apparently Alex Clark demanded that Dylan call my sponsors, Paleo Valley, one of our show sponsors. And we didn't hear this from our sponsors. We heard this from people that were fired from Turning Point USA, and demanded that they pick me or Alex Clark, because I had gone after her for dressing up in boots and standing over the memorial site of Charlie to pose for, what was it, the Washington Post, whatever it was. I thought that was weird. That didn't feel right to me. And she was upset about that. And I thought that was very funny. Anyways, this feels like a really good time to jump to ads.
Okay.
I feel like it's a...
Okay. I think that's it. We made it. We made it through Candace's latest insanity. And I have to say, I continue to feel like this is a good use of our Friday stream. Listen, we are a work hard, play hard channel. We did a lot of socialism this week. We did a 2-part spy stream yesterday. We uncovered multiple clips of communists calling to overthrow the government. And then we watched Candace, descend into insanity. That's cool. And tomorrow we're going to watch socialism again, at least for Socialism Saturday. If there's protesting earlier in the day, I, of course, will be bringing you protest coverage. I want to thank everyone in the chat who sent in so many super chats tonight and so many channel memberships. We've got 144 new memberships on the channel. And sadly for all of you, that means that I have to play the Penguin song because I told Trendlin if we met the channel membership goal, I would play the Penguin song. Now, I didn't actually think we were going to meet the goal today. You guys surpassed even my wildest expectations. And I really do appreciate all the consummate support that you guys give me. You guys allow me to do what I do. But just remember, you guys were the ones that sent in the money. And so the fact that I'm playing the Penguin song on the outro, this is Trendlin's fault, but you enabled her. Okay? You all enabled Trendlin with the fucking Penguin song. If you haven't heard the Penguin song, just keep in mind they are teaching this to kids in public school. Guys, I will see you sometime tomorrow, depending on if there is protest coverage or not. And so minimally, I will see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. for Socialism Saturday. If there's protest coverage before that, we will do that too. Make sure you mount the like button on the way out the door. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And now, enjoy the Penguin song.
No matter how you're born, we each have a style. I'll tell you in a while exactly what I like.
Ariana and Renee, they both are born girls. They go into their changing rooms. Ariana loves twirls. That's not for Renee. Pink will not do. All girls don't wear dresses, they wear pants too. Has Renee lost her mind? What's running through her head? Ariana can fix this, no is what she said.
When you put it on, you do a little groove. You know you gotta move, that's how you know you got it right. This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality. No matter how you're born, we each have a style. I'll tell you in a while exactly what I like.
Bryce and Jason, they both are born boys. They go into their changing rooms. Bryce jumps out with joy. Jason has a different idea. The sweater is where it's at. Bryce has to fix this. Here, try this or that. Wait just 1 second. Don't tell him how to dress. Ariana knows this. Only Jason can express.
This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality. No matter how you're born, we each have a style. I'll tell you in a while exactly what I like.
Darla and Charles, one girl and one boy. They go into their changing rooms. Charles is feeling coy. Others are thrilled with the look, but Charles is quite unhappy. Let's try this again. Yeah, this is snappy. Some are confused. They just don't understand. Charles, now Charlotte is certain. Ariana's her biggest fan. Some might keep their distance, but others will come around. Come on over, Darla. Show us what you found. Darla had something on, but is not quite convinced. She wants to try again, yet she still gives a wince. Nope, not right either. Why can't she decide? Sometimes it takes time, only she can find her stride. Darla presents an outfit. The new name is Darren. Now everything feels right. The person within he's sharing.
When you put it on, you do a little groove. You know you gotta move. That's how you know you got it right. This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality.
Here we have Skylar, born a boy or girl. Not interested in the girl look. Won't give the boy look a whirl. Skylar wants a new path, and it isn't one of those. This is a unique look from Skylar's head to toe.
When you put it on, you do a little groove. You know you gotta move. That's how you know you got it right. This is me.